Good evening. I wasn't supposed to be doing a live stream tonight. Let's do that. Let us know you can hear me first before I go on into things, and let me know that you can see me, because this is one of my live streams, and as we know, they're notorious for fuck-ups. We've been 15 seconds. Oh, yeah, we did the music, so that's fine. So, yes, I was meant to be going out. Got stood up by the lads. Not a woman. Fucking unbelievable. Never mind. And somebody said, I'll be having an unhealthy stream. What does that look like to you? It's water. Not for long. So, yes, here we are. All right, everything's 5.5. That's good. It's all working. It's amazing. Literally, I was just putting the green screen up behind me at 2 minutes on the countdown. That's how last minute this was. I had to move Dave Plant so I could get the light over here, because it's only me tonight. I thought I'd have the background. And as you can see, I haven't done my hair, so you can see the little grey fleck that I've got. There you go. As soon as you gel it, it looks like you've got dark hair. It's great. So that's all good. Is that a gallon of vodka? Well, we'll find out, won't we? If it is. I don't actually think... Tell you a little story, actually. One of my first experiences of how bad drinking can go. Somebody died, basically. I was working in a small little restaurant on Western Supermare Seafront, and the boss had gone away because he was a Canadian, had gone back, and he left it in the hands of somebody else. And then the Chinese guy came from over the road, and you know how Chinese, they like to gamble, they like to drink, they like to do all that sort of stuff. And he said, whatever anybody wants of top shelf, have a pint. This guy's had been away to watch Bristol City play Liverpool. I don't know what the score was, but he was over the moon. What would he have been there? 30s, thin guy, hadn't eaten all day, had a pint of Glenfiddich in 2 halves, and literally you could see the guy just, well, he fell over. So 18 years old, I'm like, well, we should get him home then. Not get him home, we should get him to hospital. Everybody's like, no. Anyway, they took him home, he died in his sleep. And then somebody on the board outside said, hey, Glenfiddich going dead cheap. Black humor gone a bit too far. Whatever. So drinking that lot would probably kill me unless I was Russian. Have you seen those trucks coming off the ferry? It's like a police stop thing. And there was this one vehicle, and he looked completely normal. And he'd done a bottle of vodka already and was halfway into his next one. And he wanted to drive 40 miles down the road before he took a stop and couldn't see a problem. And the police were like, oh, I don't think so. Chinese are funny and smart, industrious, goes without saying. It is true. So, right, let me see if I can get the, because what I did today, I thought this might be easier, whether it works or not. I bet it don't fucking work, actually. If it doesn't work, that's kind of really going to screw me up a bit. But whatever. Let me know, incidentally, in the comments, what channel you're watching. Is it the Reverend Simon Sideways? Is it the Man Up? Is it Simon Evans? Is it Rev on a Rant? Just so I know roughly who's watching where. Right, let's see if we can present. Stop screen. Then we present again. Hang on a minute. No, that's invite. You reject. Present. Right. I think when we did this before, you couldn't hear anything. If you can't, that's kind of going to screw me up a bit. Let me know if you can hear anything of this. It won't be a bit much. Cultural at its best. He's riding down a tramway and gets irate about a possible tram having the audacity to actually be on there. Can anybody hear it? Going around, highways, RSS. Going around, RSS. Right, you can't hear it. That's doing it. Let me try one more. Has anybody seen this? The way to celebrate Pride Month. Wallop. I'm guessing you don't like the Pride flag. What do you reckon? Smash. Yeah, if you can't hear it, I can't hear. We can hear you, but not that. That's just fucking typical, isn't it? Well, I'm going to have to talk you through it, but I suppose it'll stop me getting done for a copyright. Right, that's cultural enrichment. Not a very nice picture, so we'll get off that quickly because I'll probably get done otherwise. 9-year-old, a Swedish girl, left brain damaged after being savagely raped, beaten, and strangled by Muslim migrants. No one will riot for her. No one will burn cities for her. No one will stone or pelting for her. Why? Why? That is a very good question. Why? This one sort of tells its own story, doesn't it? That's what Millennial Woes posted, and he's right. And look at the state of that kitty there. But let's move on to something slightly more outrageous. You see what they've done to the is that the Arc de Triomphe? Well, not very good. Yeah, that's from Stan, Voice of Wales. The Arc de Triomphe in Paris, the iconic memorial opened in 1836 to commemorate war heroes and soldiers who died during wars, has been defaced with a giant rainbow celebrate Pride. I believe it's Pride Month, and they're going to ram it down everybody's throat, metaphorically speaking and otherwise. So that's just great. I'm assuming that next to nobody is getting any notifications at all from this, because we're on 200 now and we've been on for, 15 minutes. So I'm guessing that most of the people aren't getting notifications. Let's see if this has actually got any noise. You can hear that.
Nothing like I've ever seen. It's just a thing of beauty. Nothing like.
Well, I pause that anyway. Notre Dame like this. Yeah. So I don't know if you can actually see, they've screwed into the side of the building as well to hold that monstrosity up there. So that's a proper deface of that. Here's an interesting question. Can someone tell me what else Iceland has a lack of, which may contribute to the extremely low crime rate? Let's think about that. Iceland has no army, jailed their corrupt bankers, economy is booming, violent crime is rare, and one of the lowest crime rates in the world. Atheist majority population. Where is all that evil and depravity that the religious talk about? I would say one thing, that the religion, banking, globalism, corporates, and all the rest of it have in common. All of them want to gain power and use that power for their own benefit, or at least it seems that way. So that was one. What we're going to do is we'll stick a banner up in a minute, which will give you the opportunity to call in should you wish. There's Biden, actually, while he still functioned normally, and while his son was not old enough to hold a crack pipe. And it says for itself, I have believed that an additional gun control or federal registration of guns wouldn't. Well, hang on. I have never believed, it should say, that an additional gun control federal registration of guns would reduce crime, Biden said on the floor of the Senate in July 85. I'm convinced that a criminal who wants a firearm can get one through illegal, untraceable, unregistered sources without any gun control. So he's true there. So there you go. Right. Well, it's a shame that you can't hear this part. It's a very short clip, but he's basically bleating on saying, I've lost everything. What would you rather? I'm dead. Well, if you want the sympathy, mate, you ain't going to get any from me. And you're hanging out the back of a minor, as far as I was concerned, at a very young age. You lie to everybody else around you. You groom kids. You're a wrong one. What more can you say? Yep, there's another one, right? This baby's mother is boasting about that child being gay. That child can't even stop shitting its nappies yet, like any child that age. How will it even know whatever it's got down there and what it's for, let alone what it fancies? What a fucking retard. There we go. Harvard. Abolish the white race. It's a bit of a strong one, isn't it? But as I've got myself a Twitter page, which is White Activist, I haven't done much lately. I've actually stuck this lot out on my main channel, my main Twitter page, by the way. So make no mistake about it. We intend to keep bashing the dead white males and the live ones and the females too, until social construct known as the white race is destroyed, not deconstructed, but destroyed. Well, I don't know about you. It does feel like that's the aim. I mean, even if nobody comes up and owns it and says, yes, that's our plan, although I think we know there are a few out there that are, and they're not all one race. There are quite a few races. The biggest haters of the whites are the whites themselves. They hate themselves. I just don't get it. I've never known a horse in a field going, do you know what? I hate me. I prefer cows. Never known it. Nor ants, nor bees, nor anything like that. There's just, a level of stupidity that I don't get. Animals are just animals, and animals do what animals should do, predominantly speaking. But when you educate a retard beyond its ability, what you end up with is woke. Here we are. Does anybody understand this clip? I've not seen this interview, but it seems old Zelensky there is having a bit of a moment. What is he on a come down or something? Is somebody not giving him a 10 bag in the last sort of 20 minutes or something? What is it? I mean, is he got a case of the shits and he needs to get off there and take one? Or is he overacting something? Because Sunak seems to be quite happy over there. They're again married to his missus with all that amount of money and allegedly slightly more legal than at least Zelensky's income. There, I suppose he would be a bit more calm. Not just that, he's sitting pretty at the moment, isn't he? Well, at least for now, anyway. So, what else have we got? The elephant in the room. S Club Paul's Cattle Mole. Is that his name? Chattermole? Right. Death certificate reveals star tragically died from multiple heart issues. Now, I have to say, he had got or put some timber on. And it isn't uncalled for a person of that age to get heart problems from being a lump. But he wasn't exactly the most obese in the world. I mean, he wasn't like, I don't know. He didn't look like he was like, I don't know, 17, 18 stone. He could have done years of class A's. We don't know. He could have had an alcohol problem. All of this could have added to it. But what the elephant in the room and the picture is trying to infer, that it was something else. We have a caller. Good evening.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Right. Can you? Hello. Right. Now, obviously, you drive a van for a job, or lorry, sorry, for a job.
A truck.
Truck, saying, you know. Anyway, I've had a cut. Sorry, I've had a cut of drinks. Right. So, basically, what I'm finding out about is these idiots that I don't know if you saw it that are stopping people going to work. Well, obviously, just stop oil idiots.
Mm.
One bloke got out of the van or his vehicle or whatever, I'm guessing the van, the way he was dressed, picked him up, one bloke up, and threw him into a copper's foot. But there we go. And then promptly grabbed another one and threw him over. And the bloke that did it got arrested. And the people that are stopping the traffic for normal Joe Blogs to go to work carry on doing it.
I've had a thought about that. What the guy got done for is assault with a deadly weapon. Now let me explain that, right? The fucking weapon that he picked up was brain dead, and he threw it at the copper. Anyway, no, seriously. The coppers have an agenda. They've been told to give these people as much airtime as possible. What happens usually is just Stop Oil will tell the relevant people, or their organizers, I should say, will tell the relevant people, like the police force, where they're going to be, so the police force can come out and protect them. They'll also tell the cameras where they're going to be, so that they can then get footage of the far-right terrorist fucking motorists trying to assault these poor, innocent people who care about the planet. And there's your narrative built there and then, and it didn't cost much. Now, I've just seen a clip on Twitter, and it's Correct Not Political interviewing one of those planks. And it's only a short clip that I've seen, but I believe he just smashes her over a barrel, metaphorically speaking, because he got to admit that they're funded, right, by, I think, NGOs or not NGOs. I can't remember who he said.
I know they're done by a football owner, a person who owns a football club in England. He is helping them pay for their stuff.
But that's actually going to affect his support, because all of those mushes in that stand generally are working men and women, aren't they?
Yeah. But this one, obviously, I don't know if I know you're not a big football fan, but normally, every time a game of football comes on, you have to water the ground.
Right.
Now, every other stadium, apart from this one, has what they would use in their toilets. We use it that way. Goes on to the football pitch, so they're not wasting any water or not using any water that they don't have to spend on. They've already used it for other things.
So
that makes sense.
Yeah, the water that goes through the toilet, is that filtered first?
It's basically what you're putting into it.
Piss.
Yes. Yeah, that's now being spread over the water, over the football pitch, because this football team's all about green planet, everything. They will not have if I took you to a football match, Well, say you took you to, I don't know, for I'm saying Man United's ground, you'd get a burger and a chips. You'd get a proper burger, like a meat burger.
want
This
to.
one, it's
Yeah,
all
yeah.
vegetarian. This one, it's all vegetarian. It's all green. It's all green. Everything.
Fuck that. Now listen,
Nothing
right?
they do
Have you
there
ever been in
is-
a lay-by where the truckers take a piss?
Yeah, my little brother's a lorry driver.
They fucking
So
stink
yeah,
morning,
he does
noon,
it
and night,
often.
right?
He
So-
was because he was told he wasn't allowed to go to the service station. They said you're not allowed in here, and he was like, "But I want to loo." And they were like, "No, not allowed in here."
A lot of the services, they shut up at night and you have to go to a hatch.
Yeah.
If you're not paying and getting a ticket, I don't know. They've closed a lot of the laybys as well. But yeah, if you go to somewhere that's frequented by truckers that have to pull over literally at the side of the road and piss because there's nowhere for them,
Yeah.
which is the case now, it stinks. So I'm thinking to myself, these football players, if this fucking pitch is watered in piss before the game and they do a sliding tackle, that's fucking rank, isn't it?
Well, the football club is Forest Green. They named it Forest Green deliberately. Obviously, it's Forest, it's in that area. But obviously, it's also going towards where he likes, obviously, the Green Planet stuff. But yeah, a friend of mine went up there last season when Portsmouth were in the in that league. Well, they were in that league. Obviously, they got relegated. And he said, you're not having they don't have any like proper food up there. It's all vegetarian. It's like, oh,
Pint a
stop
pint.
that.
I guess that ain't happening
Yep.
anymore. Fuck
But
that.
it's scary. But no, these idiots need arresting.
Here's the thought, right? Just stop oil. So they want to stop oil completely, right? So the
Yeah,
petroleum,
apparently.
right, that comes from oil and other products, we'll just take the neat oil. It is used to build the smartphones they hold, the computers they hold. It's many products like lino, cling film, and numerous other things that they use for packaging up their stuff, carrying their stuff, microchips, all of this kind of shit. There's so much of everything I've got here on this table, including the table, because there'd have been oil production stuff that went into what seals it. Everything here has oil. Now, even if we get back to the part where we've got like everything's being charged from sea, like renewables or air renewables or whatever, that's all gravy. That can run the things, but it can't make the things. And this is where this carbon neutral ain't happening.
But England / Great Britain have got like one of the best ones in the world. We're like second or third in the best for stopping all this, like, you know, for doing all the oil and like.
Well, you got India and China and places like that.
Russia and you know, you go, if these people have got such a problem with it, why not get an aeroplane and fly over there? Oh yeah, because they get arrested and put in prison for the rest of their lives.
Have you heard about offsetting your carbon footprint?
Pardon?
Offsetting your carbon footprint, right? So carbon footprint is all about like all sorts of stuff. So it's not just what we stick into the atmosphere, it's also what we throw in the ground or landfill and all the rest of it, right? What we were doing is we were literally selling our or basically paying somebody in the third world to take our problem, and they were making money out of it.
Yeah, that was going to the Philippines.
So that's one of our problems.
People going, because people going, where's all the plastic going? Oh, well, like Philippines, and it's going on their area.
Well, what they were doing, right, is they were feeding us full of shit, saying that all this plastic. I don't mind if I crack a can, do you, love? They were saying that all this plastic's renewable, so I'm all on board with it. I'm thinking, great. Now, about 10 or 11 years ago, I did my Class 2 license and got a job straight on the bin lorries doing commercial recycling. It's quite clean, and the bins weren't heavy because it was all cardboard or plastic. Any problem you got to do is check the cardboard bins before you tip them, because tramps slept in them, and there were a few tramps showing up at the recycling centre crushed to death. So nothing I did, by the way, but it did happen. One in Bristol, and many have ended up on landfill. So when the landfill gets shut, sometimes it could be that. Anyway, so this plastic, because Tesco's were obviously, and Asda and Co-op, their distribution center, they bring everything back, right? And then it's all separated. So the plastic goes into a crusher and gets baled, as does the cardboard. I think the cardboard back then was going for 30 quid a ton, and the plastic was going for about 200 quid a ton. But it turns out now that they're saying a lot of this plastic can't be recycled. I'm like, why? You said that all of this shit was 100% recyclable, but apparently not. We've been blagged.
Why can't we?
Exactly.
Go on.
I mean, I don't know anything about the recycling process. I know how we send it to them, but I don't know how they turn it back into the product again. I have no idea.
But if you can only do it once or twice or whatever, or even 3 times, then why don't we do what Spain do and other countries do and just have all glass?
You're going to love this, right? You're about my age, more or less, aren't you, right?
36.
All right. I've got a bit on you. Sorry about that, mate.
It's all right.
But anyway.
I'm quite clued up with my politics. When my friends and family ask me who should I vote for, I all say it's up to them, but I say just watch this. It gives you an idea of what the world's turning into.
Well, so when I was a kid, well, we'll get onto that in a sec. Anyway, basically they got this new idea, and these young people are trying to sell it as a great idea. That what they're going to do now is they're going to, instead of put milk into cardboard things or plastic bottles, which are bad for the environment, they're going to put them in glass. And then they're going to get them collected and wash them out
like
and
the
use them
milkman
again.
we had when we were kids.
Yeah, and guess what? They're not going to send it outright in these fossil fuel vehicles. They're going to use electric ones. All right.
Oh,
Yeah. And they're going to
That's
send it
very
out. And do you know what? They're going to door-to-door it. Right.
oh.
And then you can
5
look,
o'clock in the morning, they're going to start as well.
do you know what? They've got this little menu that you can ask the milkman. He can bring you milk, cheese, butter, orange juice,
Oh,
and a few other things like that, which is an amazing, great new idea that we had back in fucking hell.
hell.
Yeah,
Where do these idiots come from?
literally, mate. There's one born every fucking split second. But when you tell these fucking pillocks, right, that's a great idea, I can show you video footage of the milk going out in a horse cart, right? Milk bottles. They
Yeah.
delivered it to your house
Well,
on the back of carts,
yeah.
right? But I remember because when I first passed me test, we'd be driving around to the early hours and we pull up next to a milk float
Yeah.
and say,
I
can we
used to
buy
work
some
night-
fucking water for you? And yeah, great.
I used to work night shifts, and yeah, I mean, I was quite naughty when the milkman wasn't looking. I had a bottle, but yeah.
I tell you what, they came down really hard on people doing that. I remember my
Yeah,
brother
I
wasn't
mean,
the sharpest tool in the shed,
when
and
I
they
was
robbed
kids.
they robbed this shop, right? On the outside of it, right? It was a lovely village, and there was this hill, and on the end of this hill was a load of trees where everybody used to camp out. Now they
Yeah.
went down into there to nick a pint of milk. Then somebody nicked 2. That pillock brother of mine nicked the fucking crate. Well, obviously the old Bill got called, didn't it? So anyway, the old Bill come up there. There's milk bottles everywhere. My
Yeah.
brother's drinking a milk bottle, sat on a Unigate crate, and that was the people that delivered it saying, I have no idea what you're on about. Fucking idiot. Anyway, yeah. We didn't get into that kind of shit. We just went cow tipping, which was probably a bad
Yeah.
idea. Some of you may
Yeah,
know what that is.
I've never done that.
If any of you know what cow tipping is, put it in the comments. Right. And by the way, they don't like it. So yeah, these things like cardboard, yeah, you recycle that. Do you know another thing? When I was doing this, I'd have like 2.5 tons on the back of recycling. It's all clean, all done. And then the woman in the office says, we haven't emptied this general waste and it needs to be emptied. You'll have to go and get it. I said, but I've got clean waste on. If I contaminate it, all of it's got to go to landfill. She said, well, just do that then. I'm like, you fucking idiot. All of these companies have paid for you to come and recycle their product. And because you're a lazy, tired, fat, useless cunt, right? I've now got to landfill all of this. And I did. And I had to. It's bollocks. Absolute bollocks. And it was funny because they had such technology recycling as Romanians just in a queue, just chucking stuff everywhere, the poor bastards. Yeah. But anyway, there it is. But if we went back to the old ways, we used to have a thing called make, do, amend. That was, I think, during the war. But basically, if you had something that broke, fix it. If you had something that was a little bit tricky, treat it with care. Try and get the most out of it.
Yeah.
It was only in the early part of the century that they decided that people weren't buying just for the sake of it, that they were only buying to renew something that was worn out. And that's when they tried to do that mind stuff, isn't it? Where they suggest to them that you deserve it. You should get it. And then they're going to work on the soft cunt up the road. It's got a few quid to spare. And then when he gets it, well, he's doing better than you. You need to keep up with him. And that's where keeping up with the Joneses came about. But it was all good for the globalists selling stuff. And you think about it, when the car went into mass production, like Henry Ford and Model T, everybody needs a car. and they pushed it on everybody. So, but yeah, but as for fucking playing football on piss, you can keep that idea.
Yeah, I mean, you've only got to Google it. I mean, obviously, Forest Green is obviously our League Two football team. But yeah, if you go on Talk Sport and you put in Forest Green, you'll see the owner come up. Obviously, I won't play none of it because I don't want you to lose your channel on copyright. But yeah, just put it on that, and yeah, you'll see it. It's about 10-15 minutes.
I'm just gonna have a look.
But GBN, he's obviously saying on here about giving the bloke that threw them people off a medal.
I'm just trying to find Forest Green. Hang on a minute. Forest Green Stadium. It's not that big. The new Lawn Stadium. I don't want to.
Yeah.
The new Lawn Stadium, also known as Bolt Lawn, sponsoring Reasons Football Stadium. It's in Gloucestershire. Right, it's not that far away.
That's where it is. But yeah, he's proper into his Green Planet BS.
Fucking idiot! What a wanker!
But yeah, because obviously Simon Jordan, who used to run a football club, he's one of the members on the show, and he said to him, this after the snooker table got done, and he said, do you realise, anything about this? And he said, well, yeah. He said, I outpaid towards it. He said, I'm paying them thousands of pounds for whatever they need. He said, I didn't know about that one specifically. He said, but they've got my blessing to do it. It's like, if you've got somebody that rich, backing these idiots, you've got the police backing them, the government aren't exactly stopping them. Like, somebody in a minute is going to get killed.
Yeah, basically.
But,
our civilization is purposely being ruined because when all of us are fighting each other and we have got fuck all, nothing, and we end up like Russia back in the day, then we're very easy to control because nobody will stand together because they'll be too frightened of losing whatever it is they have, and nobody will want to upset the system because by then we'll all be digital and everything can be switched off for us, so we can't do that.
Yeah,
and
I watched your video about that the other day. You said about they're on about doing away with money.
They are.
Well,
They're definitely
getting cash, which is going to screw me over because obviously I've got my own business. I have now anyway. I didn't used to, but I have had my own business now for 6 months. I'm now a landscape gardener.
Who gets taxed the hardest?
Yeah, some people that want paying cash, some people that want to pay card.
Yeah. Well, the ones that get taxed the hardest are small businesses. They're trying to do away with the middle class as well. But new businesses get it hard. And then when you look at these massive globalist businesses they've got systems in place and they've got very good accountants that get paid a lot of money to save them huge sums of cash. And everything's offset against this, or everything's done because of that, or they get grants and all the rest of it. And they make huge sums of money because they're in the club and you ain't. But go on.
I don't know. Do you go to tip very often?
No.
Right.
I've got to say though, our place has a number plate recognition thing, and you're only allowed to go in.
So does ours. So does ours. Now, obviously, we're being quite clever because obviously we've got our own business, so we've been a bit clever with this. But anyway, you can book it. But according to what we were told by one of the people that work at the tip, because I said to him, I said, how come we got a book for this now then? This is like the bosses up the top, big chiefs, want to know how many people are using it because they're on about shutting more of us down. They're trying to do away with the tips. So I was like, well, hello, fly tipping then, because that's what it will be.
J.R. Hartley's going to be flat out, isn't he? Fly tipping by J.R. Hartley. Yeah. You won't remember the advert. There's a guy that did this advert back in the 80s called Fly Fishing by J.R. Hartley.
Oh.
Anyway, yeah. So I changed it to fly tipping and everybody else is the same. But yeah, you see a lot of do as you like. He's dropping it into wherever. Now, what we know is we know people who will let you have a fire. Or they have a fire and people go there and just tip their stuff and burn it and fuck you lot. That's what it's like. It's nice to stick 2 fingers up to the system. I was being a naughty boy today. And the person I was with, well, we can't do that. It says so. I went, fuck them, fuck their laws, fuck it. I didn't make those rules, they did. I don't believe in them, and I fuck their laws as well. There's so much
go on. Yeah. You saying about sticking 2 fingers up. There's somebody that I know. Well, actually, it's not somebody I know. Again on Talk Sport, I don't know if you heard this one. There was 5 people that were arrested and put in prison for legally selling dodgy fire sticks. I say dodgy; they were obviously chipped. £10 a month instead of paying 160. Apparently, Sky is now. Anyway, I know somebody that can obviously do them for 70 quid for the year, so you can watch every TV channel in the world for
Mhm.
£70. Where you look at the Sky and all that lot, it's 160 for a month. It's like it's extortionate. It's like printing
Mhm.
money. It's like all they do. It's like being a blooming petrol, oil person. You're just printing your own money off here. It's ridiculous.
Everything out there.
But yeah, they were
If
they were
you're
heavily present.
if you're a council, you've got a license to print money because the services go down, but the money goes. What we pay goes up.
Yeah.
It is what it is. We can't do anything unless we get, well, if we try to do so, we get prosecuted. But there will come a turning point where people think I've got nothing to lose anymore. And when that happens, people will single out people that they see as the people that have made their life miserable through the laws they've enacted, the decisions they've made, the bullying and whatever. And they were literally they will go after these people and it'll be bad. Excuse me, I've got a nutter in the comments here. No, you're a nutter, mate. There you go. Go to court. That's just a fucking lunatic.
I never
Got banned from the
I was
channel and
just
banned
like-
from Discord before because it was a nutter. But I'm not going to name it.
Yeah. But yeah, these idiots, going back to these green twats, they need to get their heads wobbled.
Yeah.
I don't mean in a nice way. But yeah, they definitely need to start getting arrested because somebody in a minute is just going to drive over one of them. Not that I'm saying that's
No,
a
you
good
wouldn't
thing or
condone it
bad
at all.
thing,
But it's a matter of fact that there are people who are less mentally balanced who will believe. They will basically
I mean,
believe.
if you
Go on. Sorry. Mate.
you're stopping, sorry, mate. You're stopping ambulances, fire engines, services. I don't really care about the police, but the other two I do. You're stopping them. You're stopping somebody who's pregnant, who's about to have a baby. I mean, I haven't got children, but obviously you have.
Yeah.
You imagine your ex, for argument's sake, being in labour with your daughter and stuck there. I mean, you're going to get out and start punching. I
Yeah.
would. I'd be like, get out my way. My wife needs to girlfriend, whatever needs to go to the hospital. But
So, hang on a second. The person who says you are the one who is ill. Name the person who is ill. Just saying. Anyway, we're just having a bit of fun. Oh, there you go. You have acute bipolar and drink knowing that you'll end up in a psychiatric episode.
to that person, if it's your body, your decision, whether you want to stick whatever into your system or whether you don't want to stick anything in your system.
So the person's come on here saying that me and a few others were taking the mick, right, and that she's going to go to court with it, but has just come in and called me all the names under the sun and said, I'll see you in court. You do know how this works, don't you? Not just that. Let's just put that up there so that they'll still see that. And that, there you go. And let's see how well you do.
If you're already having a day in court, then obviously, these are idiots. So you get too many idiots nowadays in this world.
Yeah, no, this person goes on to lots of people's live streams and makes quite odd comments.
It's not a male, is it?
No. It's.
I thought it was the other twat that you had the other month.
There are some that are.
The one that I'm on about had a cap on. Thought he was Rocky Balboa. One blow when you fall over. I mean, I'm not exactly big, but
that's not Crinkle you're talking about, though, is it?
Probably.
Yeah.
Looks like he's a bit special.
Crinkle. When he hasn't touched the pipe, he's all right. But when he's
That's the one
on the pipe,
yeah, that's him. Yeah, thinks he's Rocky Balboa.
This is great. Look at this. So, have you thought about the implications of what you're saying?
Couldn't give a fuck.
not you were. Oh, so you're reporting yourself to Google. Good luck with that. Oh, this is quite funny. I will get your channel removed. But of course you will. Yes. Luke's on there. He loves him. Oh, this could round out to be a funny one tonight. No, the other thing was banned for a while, and I let it back on. My solicitor says you are a psycho. Your solicitor, of course. It's like your solicitor would even use those terms, my dear.
That's somebody who's never been in trouble with the law.
I can't say on here. I wouldn't think that they've been. I wouldn't assume that they've been in trouble.
Not putting that in anyway. The solicitors won't come out with things like that.
No, solicitors. That is the ones in real life, not ones in somebody's head. Generally, don't say that. But I am enjoying this, so keep going. I'll probably get a call in from it in a minute. You pay your solicitor for that. This could be funny. Yeah.
Especially when it's like especially when it's like £100 for a letter as well.
No, if you're on the rock and roll, you're all right.
Oh well, when you're not on the rock and roll, it's £100 a letter.
Yeah, no, if you're a worker, you're stuffed.
It was when I was last in
trouble.
You know,
it's quite interesting to note that the person that's saying all this is called Healing Vibrations. and solicitor says I'm a far right fart. Fucking hell. Oh, this is the biggest giggle I've had for a while. Oh, sorry. Hang on. Just nearly having a moment there. Yes. Being a psychiatrist, Rev, I find your behavior at times quite disturbing.
Be fair, it cheers me up. Cheers me up hearing different purposes, hearing the same thing that I'm thinking. And I also get quite a lot of my news as well. So I've even got my mum now onto your channel.
Hello, Mum. Glad you're watching.
She was a complete left wing until I put her more onto yours and started showing her some different videos.
I think a lot of people who are actually caring will do the left wing thing, because left wings tell them that we're going to try and save the planet, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. However, when people actually look into it and actually go into science as well as feelings, they realize that some of the ideas that these lefties have are actually very destructive.
No.
By the way, Dave, I know the person. He says definitely not Crinkle. This is an Irish person, by the way. I can't say any more than that. I think from the south, not the north. But anyway,
not all the south is bad. Not all the south.
I like both sides. I've been down to well, I've driven all the way up through Ireland, up and down, and I've got friends up in the north, and I've got friends in the south. So yeah, but every now and again, an interesting person shows up. That's all I'll say. And I should imagine they're watching this at the moment. Annoyed. Hiya. How you doing? It's the most amount of attention you've had for a while, isn't it, Sweet Pea? Hey? Oof. Anyway, let's move on. Yeah. Dave Kelly. I suppose with a name like Kelly is Irish, isn't it? I believe. He says, yeah. All right, I'm half Irish, so I understand. But yeah, mates up and down. Yeah, good and bad everywhere. I'm feeling sorry for the Southern Irish at the moment, because at the moment they're getting really, really battered with the immigration, and it's really taking its toll down there. And Sinn Féin are all for this, and yet Sinn Féin was supposed to be for the Irishmen. I don't get it.
I think it was France where your friend was at, where it was rioting the other week. The one with the dog. I'm sure it was him that I was watching.
He wasn't. I don't think he's been able to get to France lately because his passport ran out. But once he gets that,
it might not be France then, where they had. I saw they had.
No, he was actually in Wales when it rioted.
Oh, it might be there then.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Cardiff. I can't remember the name of the part. It's where those two kids got bowled.
Yeah, because it's about that copper.
Yeah, I've just seen it. Yeah, look, if you're the person that doesn't like me, don't hit your laptop screen. It's expensive, and there's no point, and I won't feel it. Just saying. All right. So let's move on. Yes. Right. Anyway, mate, what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I'll let you get on and see if anybody else wants to ring in, especially my new friend.
Yes. But yeah, hopefully just stop oil twats. We'll Either get arrested.
They'll be
or
out for
be
ages.
sorted in another way.
Something bad's going to happen at some point, and they'll get
Well,
somebody lying them out, and then they'll
Yeah.
they'll be only fuck about it, and then they'll bring out new laws to stop anybody even fucking looking at a protester, because we're not allowed to protest, but they are. Work that out.
yeah. Well, they obviously haven't got a job either, but there we go. They always got their benefits. But there we go.
Well,
Right,
they get
anyway,
paid
I'll
to go
let
there,
you
but yeah, no worries, buddy. Right, you take it steady.
And you take care, mate. Have a good one.
All right, mate, I'll see you in a bit. Bye.
All right. Yeah, bye.
Triggering people so early, 45 minutes into it. Can you believe it? It's not a bad day. Ah, right. Got fridge and microwave. Hello, how you doing?
I'm all right, mate. Yourself?
Living the dream. Seem to be attracting happy people.
Yeah, well, I did like the thing about your the people on the recycling side of it. I thought it was quite interesting, you know.
Mm.
So yeah, as you know what I used to do. So when we were on the dust at Richmond, we had
Yeah.
Viola, and I think it was about a couple of years back. We're near Twickenham,
Mm.
where Harlequins play opposite.
Mm.
And Viola going there used to separate all the bottles, all the glass, the aluminium,
Mm.
and they used to crush it all. Do you
Mhm.
mind that? We come out, do the other thing, and then you know where they used to put the garden waste?
No.
You know, Kew Gardens.
Yeah.
Just drive it in a 15-ton dust cart,
Right.
mulch it all up. It's near where London Irish are, the
Yeah.
rugby team.
Right. Yeah.
Not far from the Lower Richmond Road up there.
Yeah.
Tuck it all in, tip it out, come back, and they're happy as Larry.
Mm.
You go to the Royal School of Ballet in Bushy Park. You can just about get a dust cart through the gates.
Yeah.
Just put the mirrors in. Did that, came back. We take all the rubbish out of there, and we used to take the rubbish out of Richmond Park.
You know, it's funny when
You
they'll
know.
get rid of rubbish and what they'll do with it. Just proving a point to
Oh,
somebody said I've run out of back to black. Literally, as soon as you wet it and the gel's still in it, away goes the grey hair. Amazing. There you go. Yeah.
How are you anyway?
Putting on weight. Still working at fucking job that's hard graft and getting nowhere in certain aspects. However,
I have got some news for you.
go on.
I'm working at the Chester, and you know what? Started a week ago.
How was it going?
It's hard work, but I like it. It's not bad, but it's a start. As you said, go for it. So I did.
Good, excellent. And also you'll meet new people and
Um,
make friends and talk to people and stuff like that.
I'm not. No, it's just you know some. We had the derby today and had the football and all that, and every Tom, Dick, and his horse turned up.
Nice.
So yeah, you know what they're like.
Well-
I've got tomorrow off and Monday off, back Tuesday. So apart from that, yeah, the way they're going, it's like you said, these oil protesters, it's not doing anything. It's not happening. It's not doing the environment. Well, environments, everything you said, going back to delivering milk the old days. That's how it's going to be. If it goes back to it, they go back to it. But
Well,
what are the youngsters
if-
today?
If we went back to a time when things worked, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Because it ain't working right now.
Of
Well, it's
course
not
it
for
would.
us.
You know.
Oh, and incidentally, do you believe in fate? Because today I think there was some fate. I'd usually go to this car wash to get my pickup because I live in a flat and can't get the car washed out the front there very often because if you can't get the space, that's it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, yeah.
So I go there and I usually go to this one place and they look at me and then they go, right, it's usually 25 quid, but because it's 30 or whatever. So I thought, I went past, it was busy. So I went to this other one I never go to. And I bumped into a guy that I've not seen for about 25 years. He owns a gym. He used to be a doorman back when I was doing it. And he goes,
Yeah.
come down ours. It's none of this Instagram posing shit. He says, I'll go through your diet with you. I'll give you something to do that'll take you 45 minutes, no longer. He says, and within 6 weeks, we'll get you sorted. So tomorrow, I've got
that's
to go and
good,
buy
sir.
myself some jogging bottoms and stuff and just a t-shirt. I've got some t-shirts. And I'm going to go Monday, even if I'm dead on my feet. I've made a decision. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh,
If I can last
good
if I
boy.
can last a month, I'll be there. But it's the first month
Oh,
that will
yeah.
fucking kill me. So, but it's
Oh,
it's
I
a
mean,
proper
I was-
Jesus gym.
Yeah, I was doing. When did I start? Started last week. They had the introduction there, you know, at that place. It wasn't too bad. And
You've
the
had a
guy,
notification, by the way.
What's that for?
I don't know. I could just hear it. I'm not here for a block drain, you know. I'm here, not just here for a block drain. I'm here for everything.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, the thing about the job is it's a long old day. You know, it's about from started at 6 this morning, finished at 3 o'clock. But you know, I mean, I'm just getting around the place. I mean, they're
6 till 3. I could cope with that. I do.
I can,
5 till
yeah,
fucking 5. Graft. The other day,
okay.
we had another driver because he broke down. You could double man, and
Mhm.
because you can double man, he drove while I took my break. So literally, I just kept going for the full 12 hours. But the boss is a one-man band, and because he's a one-man band, I like to try and help out, even if he is dripping
That's fair enough.
with autism. And I've told him that. I've even gotten to admit that he's dripping with autism, which was quite nice. But anyway, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get on. Luke, if you're about, do you want to jump on? Let us know in the comments, Luke. Because he's always good for a crack.
I'll let you know how it goes next Saturday.
Call in next Saturday if I'm here. I'm trying to get a
I'll
night
probably-
out, right? I'm trying to get out because I've been stuck indoors for the last 10 years. Because of the work and because I left in a great village and all the rest of it and everything was here, I'd go out, have an afternoon drink, and by the night time I was like, fuck, I'm going into bed. So I've actually got to get myself fit. And once I could do that, I might actually be able to do a night out. Oh, it's back again. Just filled out a lengthy complaint form from Google. Reference your false defamatory statement. Okay.
Load of nuts and bolts.
When I name you,
Don't
you'll be
believe
all
these
right.
people.
I actually did
No wonder
make
this,
official.
no wonder
police
this world's gone
complaint.
upside down, innit? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, fucking nutters everywhere, mate. The old world's
Oh,
fucked. But anyway, look, I'm going to jump off and get Well, I'm
Okay,
going to go on
so
to the next, mate.
I'll speak to you next week, mate.
All
Take
right,
care.
mate. You take it steady. See you in a bit. Bye bye. Right, we'll see if Luke is about. I should imagine at the moment he's probably going to get changed. If he is, just get fit in the metaverse round. Funny you should say that. I had to go. I've left it for ages, but I had to go on the old rallying thing, set a few more times. But I was throwing some shapes and getting a bit hot. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm just calling up couple of points on what you're talking about tonight.
Yep.
The recycling.
Mm-hmm.
Our government for years put them in containers and ship our plastic and recycling to India and China to burn.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a known fact. The other thing I want to bring up, I hope the guys in the chat don't mind this, but I'm waiting now for, no, I'm a proper woman. I was born with
With a lady thing, lady parts,
yes.
and all the
Yes.
other appendages that go with a traditional woman. Yes.
Yes, I don't know what you think of your channel. So,
Nope.
yes. And I've been saying to my partner for the last wee while, I said, do you know what? Men of a certain age are going to spend all their money dating an older lady and all that. And then what's going to happen when they find out when they go to the bedroom? It's a frigging man.
That would be a moment, wouldn't it?
No, I think there's going to be a lot of things happening, as in hurty wise against these trans.
Yeah. Well, put it this way: if I pulled somebody, right? I use that expression because that's what we used to use when I was a kid.
Yeah.
If I
you
pulled
could-
somebody and took it
yeah,
home and got it unwrapped and found out that it was originally a bloke, I wouldn't be best impressed because I don't like being lied to.
But this is what's going to happen shortly in our pigging world here in the UK.
Somebody said you would know,
That-
wouldn't you? Have you seen how much I drink? No, I'd know. It's because you can't get rid of the Adam's apple, can you? I think that always stays. And big hands and other stuff.
They do that. It's to do with the hormones and stuff. No, it can be rid of.
Right, no worries. Right. Luke, I'm just trying to think how I'm going to drop you a link. Invite. Get a link.
And that poor Penny got trolled tonight as well. So they seem to be out tonight.
What happened to her?
A guy was going to do harm to her bunnies and stuff. It was a wee shame. I was watching her live and all of a sudden this troll kept coming in, and you've had it tonight as well. So
Oh, well, that one's been about for a long time. The one that's been talking to me, but yeah, it's quite interesting. Let me see if I can send the link to old Winston, and that way I can nick the link off there, and then send it to Luke.
and Penny does a great job. And I did put a comment. I'm like, she's like, people need to stop stealing my comment, and I panicked. I went, I've been sharing your content on like your page, Rev.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, no, I don't mean like it's people that steal it and then do a voiceover. And I was like, right, I was a wee bit confused that way.
Right, 2 seconds. I'm just you carry on. Tell us about what you're doing, because I'm trying to do two things at once and I'm a mush. Doesn't work. Do you know what I mean?
I'm trying to watch the screen and there's a delay.
Yeah. That's also awkward too. I'm just got to try and find Luke here, which means I've got to go onto my other account and then I've got to go find him, because Luke's quite funny. And also, when I need to go for a piss, Luke can take over, because obviously, if I'm having a drink, I will need a stop, if you like. Right.
You'll need a backup.
Well, yeah, you need somebody, you know, it's going to crash your channel. Where is he? Oh, this is just not happening.
Oh, I still love your videos during the week. Don't give that up, Simon.
Well, there was a time when I was thinking, fuck it, what's the point? I mean, at the moment, I'm heavily not. I was finding out that it's one of those things that if people don't watch everything you do, right, Luke, I've just found you, I think. Bear with.
But mind you, don't get notifications because you're actually more popular than what you think.
Well,
A lot of us
I'm
have
on the wrong
watched
side of the
video
camera
ones.
to know. This end, you don't, you know, it's kind of weird. But I mean, when it says you got 400 people watching, you can't see them. So, I think if you had 400 people in a room, it would be less personal. Although it would be more in some ways, because when it's them in a room and me the other side talking to them on the TV, like kind of like we're doing now, I think it's a bit more personal than if they were sat in a room with 300, 400 other people. However, what we would have is when I did something ridiculous or made a knob of myself or said something funny, people would laugh and you'd have the atmosphere, which is something you don't get so much of here. But the problem I would be is I'd be literally, my knees would be shaking, my legs would be shaking up on stage in front of 400 people. I'd be fucking terrified. All right, I've stood up at Tommy's thing, and I think there's a few thousand people there, which was terrifying, I have to say.
Oh, you've just brought up that. Right. What do you think about this? He's been on Alex Jones.
What, they're turning the frogs gay? Because you remember when
on
Alex Jones came out, they're turning the frogs gay.
It's a freaking fox game.
Alex Jones, I shared the link on your Actfish chat channel.
Well, Tommy will go on wherever it is that he can get actually some viewers, because he's probably one of the most censored people out there. And,
well,
I think it's amazing.
Movie Silenced.
Who has? Oh, right. Yeah. Because Danny Tomo put it out on his YouTube as well. So if you want to go to watch it, it's on there. As far as I know, it's still up. I started to watch a bit of it, but it's saying what we know, kind of. I mean, for people who ain't in this.
I've been down every rabbit hole. It was just funny how he was on Alex Jones, and I thought,
well,
we know who Alex Jones is. Why is he on there?
Alex Jones is many things, isn't he? I mean, he is.
Yes,
he is a conspiracy theorist that talks a lot of
He's
truth.
fucking eccentric, isn't he? Like,
He does.
He's on the fucking spectrum somewhere.
He's fucking mental, but
yeah, he's not quite full ticket, but
what's his name? Went over to see him. Sargon went over.
His family being in the CIA, and he grew up this way and was told this, told that as a young lad, and
he's part of something. But
and he's Texan as well, which don't help. Because when you're from somewhere like that, mate, they've got their own, like they think they're their own country still. Because once upon a time they was. So being a Texan is like it's a real cliquey fucking thing, you know. You're Texan on your own.
He took Carl Benjamin Sargon to shoot loads of weapons and stuff like
Do you know
that.
what I found out today?
Go on.
Good. I love that. Yeah.
If you drive from the top of Texas to the bottom of Texas, it's like driving from the top of Scotland to the bottom of England, 16
Yeah.
hours.
It's huge.
That's
It's
how
fucking huge.
Texas is.
Somebody made the argument about the world being overpopulated. They said that if you got the entire continents of the
Aye,
planet and put them
the
shoulder to
whole
shoulder, you
world
could fit them
in
in Texas. But I
Texas.
don't know.
Yeah, it's about right. It's
I don't
about
know
right.
that be the thing, but
Yeah, there's a
A
lot
lot
of land that
of
ain't used. When they say that we're getting overpopulated, that we're nowhere near running out of space. We're
I know.
nowhere near. We're nowhere near, and
Hey
it's like
guys,
70% of the world is water, and we're nowhere near.
so I can put the volume on, sweetheart.
all right, love.
And let you guys chat away.
No worries.
I hope you don't mind me hanging up, sweetheart.
No worries.
Lovely. I'm just glad you've got a
Yeah.
guest.
All right,
Can you
lovely.
do me one favour?
Uh-huh.
One favour. Can you say burglar alarm, please?
Burglar alarm.
See,
It's
she's
one of the hardest things Scottish people can say. So you've just got a really strong, good Scottish accent.
she's English
a
and been living
child.
up there for years. But
Oh, right, there you go.
yeah,
All right,
it's,
another word. Go for it.
right, it's like if you ask a what they call her, what they fucking Geordie to say smoky bacon flavored crisps. That's quite interesting.
Is it? I've never tried that.
My words.
That's
I
it.
pronounce my words.
Yeah,
like
yeah, you're all
Scottish
right. But you know when they're like deep Scottish.
Oh, yeah, they can't do it. They can't do it, especially when they're drunk. They cannot do it. Proper Scotch people, they're like, that's the bit that gets them. It's that.
Right,
You see,
Roy
when I'm with
Marshall
my
can't get
English
it.
Family, when I'm with my English family in Stoke-on-Trent, my accent totally turns back to Stoke. It's
Is
very
it?
weird. It's weird.
Now, name somebody else that's famous from Stoke.
Eddie Hall.
Oh, Robbie Williams is related, didn't he?
Eddie Hall.
Doing
Yeah,
that.
Eddie Hall. He's the one I know.
Hang on, say biscotti, Rev.
Biscotti.
Have I said that wrong? You're not supposed to be thinking about spaghetti, are you? I used to say biscotti when I was a kid.
Biscotti.
Spaghetti.
Yeah.
Oh, my daughter used to say baguette.
Yeah, it's you know what I want kind of thing. My speech was not. I didn't really make an effort. I didn't get off my ass till I was about 3. Everybody brought it to me. Why fucking bother?
You must have been posh. You had baguette as a kid.
No, we had.
Yeah,
that
I
shit,
did.
right.
Oh no.
There you go.
Can't stand it.
Well, we used to have fish fingers and chips. We lived in a 2-bedroom house that had no heating upstairs, single pane glazing, frost on the inside of the window, that kind of stuff. Remember that?
It's the best diet your kid will ever grow up in.
We
Fish fingers and chips. That's all they'll eat.
back in the days there was fish in it. My mother used to tuck it so tight that honestly, honestly, I have crush injuries. Right, these blankets.
Yeah, we
were
used to
so
actually have cod.
and
But
it was
now
really
it's
cold. They throw on coat.
gaseous, they call it.
You had homemade
what the-
fish fingers.
Well,
The frozen ones.
well, no, mate, it was fucking finders, but they cooked it at home.
Oh, right. Okay.
Anyway, there you are. Right, lovely. I'll let you get on, and I will. I'll have a quick chat with Luke, see what he's been up to. And
Yeah, I'm going to follow up so I
Got
can
some
watch-
stories, man. Got some
Okay,
stories.
guys. Yeah,
all right, love, catch you in a bit. Bye-bye.
Good night. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So, what are you using tonight? Are you still using your tablet?
Yeah, it's the only thing I can get on with without breaking it.
Yeah. Oh, we got another call. I'm still waiting for that. My fan to call in. Hello.
Hello, Rav. Hello, Luke. Hello, chat.
How are you, dear?
What's that?
From Wales.
You all right?
Yes. Yeah, I'm doing okay. But the rest of the UK seems to have gone really nuts, even by its usual standards this past week. I mean, there's one story from the north of England that makes you wonder for humanity. I don't know who's more stupid in this story, but apparently a university student was given a 12-month community order because he had downloaded 49 cartoon images of Bart Simpson being sexually abused by his own mother?
I don't know how to feel about that.
No. Basically,
I've got no clue how to. That caught me so off guard. I've got no clue how to feel
there's
about
no
that. I don't
official
know.
statement as yet. Stand by.
Yeah.
um,
What?
it's Bart Simpson, so everything about Bart is the piss take. And I suppose when you think about it, the voice of Bart's a woman, so it's a woman molesting her daughter, not the son, if you want to look at it like that. And as they
Well,
can't,
mate.
they don't have any sexual organs, so you've got to imagine them, right? There's already too much thinking goes into this before we could even get to the degenerate side of things.
Yeah, you and I've gone deep, Rev.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
I mean, where do we begin?
it's not to call you out on your own fucking show, mate. But
What?
whoa,
Who would draw 49 cartoon images of Bart Simpson being sexually abused by his mother?
I'd be more worried about the geezer that drew them, let alone the one that
Yeah, that's
downloaded them.
I mean, like, what is that? Is that a straight, gay? Is that a touch person? Is that an autist taking the piss?
I don't know, but who would draw those images?
Exactly. Who did it?
And why is taxpayers' money being used to prosecute someone for downloading them?
Yeah, it's pretty harmless in the greater scheme of things.
Terrible.
In the bigger field of things, right? You've got people like Schofield out there who are actually doing shit that's actually like quite damaging to young'uns, and you know, let's face it, he's a fucking nonce. And I don't give a fuck. Put me in prison for saying it, but he is. And then we're wasting money on someone that's downloading stupid fucking images. All you do with that, yeah, fuck taking him a court and all that. You just say, here, where's your old man? Let me talk to your old man a minute. Yeah, look at his hard drive. Look at that. What's all that about? You want to have a word, mate?
How old
And
is
that's
it?
it.
19.
Right, now what you do is you go into town, get him half cut, 30 quid,
Yeah.
send him into an interestingly lit building and tell him to make a man out of the cunt.
Yeah. That's the way you deal with that. You just give him a dig and send him, you know, to someone to sort him out proper. That's the real deal, son.
Look at that.
And I'm not being funny. He's probably a product of his environment, going to a university and shit like that. I mean, he could have come out there as a fucking tranny or whatever. You know, it could have been a lot worse than Bart Simpson cartoon.
You go to the old schools, you'd have been buggered by the fucking prefect, so you might have missed that one.
Yeah,
Who's
yeah,
got
I mean, it's weird, but like,
I don't even like that. I like Family Guy anyway.
I used to. It got a bit
Apparently,
for family for me.
if you draw a cartoon of a child being sexually abused, that's considered child porn
It is.
under British law.
It is actually.
Which,
though, isn't it?
yeah.
It is a bit. It is a bit.
Which is bad, but you know, I'm more worried about actual children being abused.
Oh no, that's
not
all right.
Fictional ones.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That's my point.
Something, right? This will probably get me in trouble. So, men of Pakistani stroke Bangladeshi origin make up 2% of our population, but are responsible for 84%, allegedly, of the grooming and rape of underage girls in Britain. If we know this, why do we allow further immigration from Pakistan and Bangladesh? You do have to ask these questions. I mean,
it's a bit more important, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just. See, people go, "Oh, white men do it." Yep, white men do it, but they're not anywhere near as organised, right? There's not enough. How do I say? Word this right.
Yeah.
There are groups of people, part of clubs, organisations that do things, but they're not brothers and cousins and fathers and are all from the same area, all doing it.
Yeah, it's not a cultural problem. That's the difference. We do have it, of course we do, because you're always going to have wrong-uns. There's always going to be wrong-uns. You get a bunch of grapes, there's going to be one bad one. You know what I mean? Don't matter.
The rest.
But what they've got is an organised thing, and it's in their culture, you know. Like if my mate come up, or my cousin, let's say, come up to me and said, "Yeah, I've got this this bird. She's quite tasty, you know. She knows doing da 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 da." You go, all right, yeah. Cool. The only trouble is, mate, she's like 14, so you've got to keep it a secret, brother. I'm breaking his fucking jaw.
Reasons.
I'm not joining in with that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna kill him. This little cunt. Sorry, language.
He is what he is, isn't he? But he's now started to fucking piss the Jews off. That was probably his biggest mistake, because you do not go.
That's why he got nicked. That's why he got nicked. Yeah, that's why he got nicked. Let's be straight.
Reject, right? That fucking dumb fuck. What the hell have I clicked on?
Yeah, what is that?
Unpresent that. Not nice.
The month is here. The cringe gay month is here. So
why do they need a month to point out the fact that they were unlucky?
Mate, honestly, it's like the least interesting thing about anyone is where they stick their cock.
Yeah, really. Unless
Sorry,
you're in a meat,
you know what I mean?
And then really we have to worry about.
I'd rather know what someone does for a living than when they fucking, you know, put their willy.
What's the definition of an extremist? This is interesting, right?
Well, yeah, you got me here, but it's someone that projects their views in a violent way, right? Is that no? I don't know.
You could be an extreme cheese supporter, right? If everything about
get violent about it,
is everything about your life is projecting that one thing and also being only about that one thing, then you're extreme about that one thing, aren't you? Right? You're extreme.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Why is it when I come up to you, I don't need to say hello, I'm straight?
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean, Rev. Like, if you'd have said that to me, I think you're a bit weird.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Simon, and I'm straight. I identify as.
Yeah, I'd wonder why you told me that.
Hey.
I'd wonder why you told me that. I'd be like,
why do you need to know where I'm shut
calm down, bro.
He's like, hi, I'm Simon. I do like women, but I do like to grab their tits a little bit forcefully because they ask me to. Unfortunately, sometimes you leave bruises. Actually, I'm listening to a conversation that was down the pub about that, and I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like, you like that? She's like, and I'm like, takes all sorts. Right? Yeah, I just the very fact that the first thing they got to project on you is what they're doing sexually. They're extremists, sexual extremists. Fuck off. Not interested. You're not special. Yeah. You shove your cock into a load of chod. Sorry, not important. Right?
Yeah,
right. You're a woman. You want to stick your face in another pie. Well done. But why?
Yeah, nice one. Yeah, cheers for that. Yeah, let's get on with talking about saying normal. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Does that pay the bills? No. Do you talk about this shit in front of your kids? God forbid.
I'd feel weird if someone come up to me and they went, "Hello, mate. I'm Dave. I'm an Arsenal supporter." I'd feel a bit like, well, what'd you tell me that for, bruv? Like, all right, okay. It was still.
You do have other things in your life, don't you? Apart from
like, all right, mate. Like, wait to be asked. Wait to be asked, or wait till that flows into a conversation. But if they come up to me, they've got a rainbow flag painted on their face and say, "Oh yeah, you know, my pronouns are," I'd be, fuck off, mate. Can't bother to talk to you.
You know what we should do? We should really get it wrong, but in a way that can get us done. When they walk up like that, you right wing.
Yeah. You must be one of those conservatives.
You haven't voted for fucking National Front, you racist, have you?
Yeah.
You know there's G's out here. They don't need your kind around. No, you're not. You're a charlatan. Come round here pretending you get me hurrah.
Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? It's just weird. It's like, can you just fuck off? Like, what happened to that? You know,
you the undercover one.
Yeah, you're a plant, mate. Isn't it? You're a plant.
Yeah.
You're a plant, son. No, you didn't come. You didn't come at me, right?
You're a banker, aren't you? John Deputy, £5. Super sticker. I don't fully understand what you've done, but I'll say thank you. Thank you very much. I've really got to look into this.
That? Yeah, that used to come up when I had
benefit from this, so thank you. Right. Somebody just said, Gordon Reading, Reverend Simon Sideways, you're straight. But if I was gay, you'd be safe. So don't worry. Move on. Well, you know, you said it out there. My pronouns are pure and filth. You know it, woman. You fucking know it. You know your place. You're a good, traditional, lovely, flexible,
pure and filth. I like it.
Woman with red hair who's also a prolific math teacher.
I can't remember what my pronouns was. I had pronouns. I can't remember
Geezer
what I
mush.
had it on.
Your pronouns are geezer mush.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, that works.
So probably I could spell it almost. No, I probably couldn't. No.
Apparently, that's an insult in America. Called
What,
someone a geezer.
Well, geezer. Yeah, well, we're in the best country in the world, not America. I like
Yeah,
America. I like
they
America.
said to me, you don't call people that over here because it's like you're calling them an old man.
Well, seriously, mate. Look what they did to the word tomato and aluminium. Aluminium.
Yeah, aluminum. Oh.
Yeah, right. So what we're getting in the comments? Hi, I'm Big C, and I like being abused by Fair Maiden. I'm going to put that on there for posterity.
Yeah, we all do. We all do.
You'll love that. He does a fucking nutting. My pronouns are pure and filth. Yes, we've got that one. Where are we? What? Right, everybody. That's great. That's a challenge. What are your pronouns? They're Rev.
I did have some. I can't remember if I've put them on my Facebook or what. I insulted someone with them.
Ella Seal is fish dog. Right. Okay. Fella, bloke, drunk, like that. We should start lighting some of these up, actually. So Geezer on the phone. We're not ignoring you. What else have you been up to?
It was on my Twitter. That's what it was.
Did you hear this story earlier in the week? A 19-year-old white Muslim convert called, I think it was Matthew King, got a life sentence for plotting to commit terrorist attacks against the police.
So what's the white ones, isn't it?
6 years.
Uh, 6 years for... Sorry, go again.
Oh, yeehaw. That's it. Yeehaw was my pronouns. Yee and ha.
He got 6 years for what?
He got life for the minimum term of 6 years for plotting to blow up police.
What, the band?
Meanwhile, there's a 59-year-old woman.
Can't stand that fucking song.
59-year-old man who were up on sentencing on Monday for plotting to blow up 5G towers and talking about how they wanted to hang everyone in Parliament for treason and sedition.
They might be onto something there. A little bit naughty. It's a little bit naughty.
Off about the reporting of that last one.
Yeah.
That the newspapers and the media, like the BBC, were talking about how they had engaged in extreme authoritarian right-wing fascist anti-Semitism on the internet, but providing no examples of them being racist or fascist or whatever. It's just buzzwords that they throw out there that they want to discredit people with who don't agree with their agenda. You don't want fluoride in the water? Just call them a racist and a Nazi and an anti-Semite. That'll discredit them. Every time the media does this,
that's my references.
They falsely accuse anyone they don't like of being an anti-Semite or a Nazi or a racist. And no, I don't believe you. Unless you've got a smoking gun, I don't believe a word that you say. I think you're lying.
That level of cynicism will come about after years of doing this shit. It's probably a good thing. I'm just clicking on all this because I've realized that when you go and watch this back, you don't get any of this shit. So I need to put something in place that all of these comments come up on screen. The only problem is when it does, it knocks the fucking phone line off.
Does it?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't turn the phone line off. It's just that number I've lost. If I was to just do it on one channel, I would do it under StreamYard, and instead of doing it under StreamYard, I would have the comments imprinted on the screen the whole time. Well,
I don't know how you do half the fucking shit you do. I can't lie. I have to get my brother to do it, as you know. I can't.
Yeah, it's going to get better because what I'm going to do is end up doing this on one channel rather than go out on all of them, right? and then I probably might put it as a podcast on the others. I don't know, but if I did, then I could have lots of other effects going on. And you've been here, so I'm going to get something plugged in the back, so there's cameras on all of us at the same time, so that they can see it. So as you go and drop a one-liner, they can actually see me go or fall about laughing or whatever, and it works a lot better because the atmosphere it's different when you're doing this to in the room. When you're in the room drinking, it's more fun. But,
I ain't gonna lie, I did enjoy it. that was
good.
That's the thing, you know. And there was people that I'd never met before, so it was kind of interesting. It's like, this is cool, you know. It's what it is.
They are all just normal guys, weren't they? Like they were just like drinking like we did.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. That was a good new experience. You know what I mean? It went well for me. I was like, yeah, man, this was.
I'm planning the next one. I'm reckoning we should do it in about a month or something.
Whenever, man, just drop me a thing so I can organise. You know, obviously because I've got kids and shit.
Yeah,
I always have to plan in advance to make sure everything's in place, and I'm there, man. No worries. It's all good.
I'm being bombed.
I'll bring a bottle.
Yes, that's that. Was that what happened the last time? That was like fucking 300 quid's worth, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the Foursquare Sovereignty, I think. Yeah, it's like 350 quid a bottle now. Like when you get it, when I bought it, obviously I didn't fucking pay that for it. I paid like 70 quid, so I get like the trade price.
Mm-hmm.
And then once they're gone, because they're like so rare, or they only do like 2,000 to Europe, 2,000 to America. Once they're gone, everyone chucks them on secondary market for like fucking 350 quid. It's like, you liberty. You bought two, didn't you, little cunt?
Yeah, tosser.
Just so you could, wanker.
Yeah, somebody out there could have afforded it, and now you're gonna.
Yeah, no, they can't. Yeah, and the thing is, it is that good that if it were a Scotch, they would charge 350 quid for it because it's Scotch. You know, you got that thing with rum where they're like, it's rum, Captain Morgan's. It's like, bro, that's not even in the same league. It shouldn't be anyway. However,
Captain Morgan's is the standard go-to that you can pick up anywhere in it.
It's they just put sugar in it. That's why it tastes nice to people. Not to me, but that's why they're like, So it's like spice rum. That's what it should be.
We've still got on the phone, by the way. So, Mr. Guy on the phone, have you got anything else you was going to tell us?
Yeah, it's just this obsession with the word extreme and extremist. Now, that's another word that's been devalued by misuse and abuse over the years.
Absolutely. By the left, mind you. By the left, they have done that.
Yeah.
They sort of...
When I think of the word extreme or extremist, I think of Paul Heyman and Extreme Championship Wrestling.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, Paul Heyman. Yeah.
Far right, so to speak. And calling someone an extremist, in my view, it's a joke. It's an absolute joke. I'm considered an extremist by the filth, believe it or not, because I don't tolerate degeneracy, and I'm considered. Speaking of extreme, 3 years ago, I wrote to Ian Lee, the scumbag Ian Lee. I didn't send it to him, but I wrote a long letter that I've still got in my email folder.
No, that's not fun.
Tearing fucking strips off him as a human being and as a performer. And I've shown it to a couple of people, and they all laugh because they think, he bloody deserves it. But at the same time, they say, no, don't send it. Don't send it to him. He'll do his nuts. I mean, that's how extremely angry I still am with that prat for all the shady shit he's pulled over the years.
Anglo-Saxons aren't real.
Biggest fucking backstabber in the country. He has stabbed
this is one.
Everyone in the back who's ever done him a good favour. And apparently, he's friends with Eamon Holmes and his wife Ruth. I'm just wondering, how long will it be before he bloody stabs them in the back? No doubt he's probably already planning to stab them in the back because they spoke out against Schofield. I mean, he really is a detestable little shit. And I would just love to print out that letter that I've written him, put it in an envelope, and if I ever bump into him, hand him the envelope, he reads the contents, and I get to watch as his face fucking explodes in front of me. Because he really is a lying, backstabbing, far-left, degenerate piece of shit.
You don't feel strongly about this, do you?
No, not at all. Can't feel that passion at all, mate. It's not coming through.
Kidding. Anyway, lovely. I would say thank you for your passion again tonight, and I'm glad you got it off your
Thank
plate.
you.
Call back again next week.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, see you in a bit.
Bye.
Bye. Right, so there you go. Then it says Anglo-Saxons aren't real. Am I echoing?
Hang on.
Yeah, I just
Anglo-Saxon. Listen, right here. There's one right here. This is about as Anglo-fucking-Saxon as you could fucking get.
That is
What
my
I mean?
story, right?
You're about the same as me, bruv. Yeah, you're about the same as me.
Strange, that.
Like we're literally living, breathing Anglo-fucking-Saxons. So how aren't they fucking real? Where'd you get this shit from?
Well, they are. They just don't like him, so they want to fucking say they're not. Anything that proves the history of the white race in Europe is bad. So we'll just dismantle it. It says here, university aims to dismantle the myths around British and English identities as it seeks to make its teachings more anti-racist. No, fuck you. You're being racist towards the whites. Fuck you, and fuck you again, right?
Literally.
Pure white Anglo-Saxons are a thing. You can't get rid of it. It's what they are. It's where they came from. They made their way.
And there's no fucking shame in it whatsoever. I'm telling you.
It's
Like,
fucking
I'm
brilliant.
proud as fuck to be white and to
I'm
be
chuffed as fuck
Anglo-Saxon.
to have been wrapped up in this, right? I mean, I actually thought there may have been a little bit of a colour in me, but it says no. Right, 1 minute. Hello.
Hello there.
Hello. How you doing?
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, you're
Hello,
on.
mate.
You're on. Yes.
Oh yeah. I totally agree. I consider myself an Anglo-Saxon for a start. So I hope I'm real.
This is the man that sounds incredibly like a YouTuber called History Debunked. Although he
Yeah,
promises
I watched him.
I'm not him. I go on his. I listen to what he says quite often, and that. But I'm not him.
if he ever gets a sore throat, you could always do his voiceover.
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, you should get him on with you. He'd probably be.
I swear too
quite
much.
relaxed.
He'd find me vulgar.
Yeah, he might do. He might do. He might shock you.
He might surprise you, mate. He might be like, yeah, this is a bit of me.
It's
This.
not really too much.
Phone him up and he's got that tune.
Joining today, the bloke, the first caller was on about. His name's Dale Vince, and he's has this thing ecotricity, and he's the one. I don't know if the first caller said it. He's been funding the Just Stop Oil people, and agrees with them blocking the roads and everything. He's a multi-millionaire, but he agrees with them sort of blocking people like yourself trying to go to work to prove that the planet's warming up or something, in his opinion.
Fucking morons.
I don't. Oh, back to the what you were saying about that. All what we do now is we were on about the milkman that used to come round and deliver milk to the door, and it was in the glass bottles, and the glass bottles were washed out. Also, my mother, I remember my poor mother when she was alive used to take a basket to put all the shopping in. Wicker basket, she'd go down there until they turned round and told her, you don't want to bring this basket down here because the supermarket will give you a nice new plastic one every time you come down to the shop. and you get a new plastic basket from the supermarket, or the plastic bag rather, from the supermarket every time you come down. So all these things which we're destroying the planet with now all come about because we were told to do them, didn't we? Like Beecham closed all the trains, Beecham knocked all the bloody railways out. So what did my father do? He bought a car because we couldn't get to the beach any other way.
Do you know Dr. Beecham was friends of Ernest Marples, and Ernest Marples had a contract to build the motorways. And Ernest Marples,
but that does not surprise me.
Ernest Marples was also the man in charge of the Ministry for Transport.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
So
Marples then had these contracts. He said, "Oh, we'll build a motorway here," and he knew the companies that were going to put all the money in and get the massive amounts of money for doing it.
And what he did was, when he got sussed out, he put all that lot in his wife's name, so that he wasn't earning money out of it, but his wife was. So there it is. Now we've got an interesting picture on here. It's got Europe, so it's got Southern Ireland, and it's got the UK. It'll have Spain, Italy, France, Germany, and then it's got some of the Danish countries. And I'm not very good at my geography, but I don't know the one that's 1% and 0%. But I'm starting to pay a lot of attention to that, because at the moment, our birth rate of non-white at the moment is 25% in the UK, 35% in France, 25% down in Spain. Is that Catalonia or whatever? 20%. Anyway,
Portugal.
Spain isn't it Catalonia?
Portugal, fuck is
Portugal.
I don't get anywhere, so I don't know. Fuck all.
I think Catalonia is a bit like Scotland. They're sometimes
It's in the middle,
pushing for independence for Catalonia. They want to be independent.
Yeah, they're blowing shit up left, right, and centre. They're kind of like the IRA.
Well, I remember there used to be the Basque separators, ETA. That was the thing back in the 80s, because I remember that we had a Spanish student that was from that area.
The Basque region, Basque region. Yeah.
Fucking fit, by the way. She was a couple of years older than me, and her name was Mirren.
On that, well, another thing, one of the other contributors was on about. He was on about the one who got the 6 years sentence. I think it was a 16-year-old. I don't think he was a 19-year-old, a 16-year-old, and that who converted to Islam, and then he wanted to kill 2 Marines or something, chop the heads off. And
that's strong, isn't it?
He's now in prison, or he's now in prison with at least 6 years before they can consider what to do with him. I presume because he's 16, but. I would say with all the migrants that come into the country, legal or illegal, that we don't really, Islam just does not fit in this country.
Well,
everybody will say, "Oh, that's nice." They're not all like that. They're not all this, that, and there, but they're always led by the ones who are.
Not just
when
that.
the Salman Rushdie thing was on, it was not the Joe Bloggs down the road who wouldn't hurt a fly. They were all out protesting, because if they didn't protest, they would get in trouble with their inmans at the flipping mosque. So when it comes down to push comes to shove, they're all extreme.
They're either Muslim or they're not. And if you are Muslim, there's the teachings within it. What we're worth, what they have to do. And I'm wondering, because Islam teaches you to lie to the kuffar. That's us, right? Lie to the enemy, do whatever it is, right? When you're in low numbers, get along with them, dress like them, do whatever it is, but always be looking to overtake them in numbers and then gain superiority and change them all over to Islam. That's the whole fucking purpose.
Exactly.
So when I know people that I grew up with that had a restaurant, that restaurant was shut for years, right? And I'm like, what's that about? It's a fucking mosque, right? And now that the numbers are raising everywhere, they're like, oh no, the locals reckon that they'd like us to do a call to prayer. I went, no, they fucking wouldn't. You went,
no, they wouldn't.
Eastern, like that. They fucking wouldn't. Who wants that racket going on? Fuck that shit. But you've got to be blunt with them.
Exactly. It seems like our government or the ones who are supposed to be in charge of us, supposed to be educated to be in charge of us, that they
Right.
sit
They're
back
all paid by the
and
Middle East.
It's as if they think it won't affect them because it won't be in their area. They're in their protected houses with big walls around them and everything. And it's not their neighbourhood. It's going to be the council estate that'll hear this bloody call to prayer or something. But like in one of Kipling's things from years ago, he wrote that more or less the gist of the story was that we were affecting the little person, the you and me, as it were. Eventually, it's going to affect the person in the big house. Is going to realise that they should have dealt with it before it got to affecting them. They should have dealt with it when it first started. But unfortunately, they don't. With this 16-year-old, as I say, well, I think I did say that, it basically proves that Islam doesn't really have a place in the West, in my opinion.
No, it's not compatible with our way of life. So when it becomes,
you put it in better words than I have.
And the thing is,
what I was trying to say.
There was a bloke that did a massive study into it, right? He did what they're like at 0.5% of the community, what they're like at 1%, 2%, 5%, 10%, 15%, right? So 0.5%, they dress in our clothes, they blend in, they're very polite, they mind their P's and Q's. 2%, they're starting to ask for change. Whether it be they allow food or they request prayer areas and then all the rest of it. 5%, they're now becoming problematic. 15%, you've got yourself a real problem now because they're getting extreme, some of them, not all of them, and they're pushing for this and pushing for that, and you're not allowed dogs, so they want you to drink or hold hands. They want their own areas, like you see already Birmingham, many other places, right? When they start to get near 20 or 30%, you've got yourself a real problem because they all stick together. If you had, say, for instance, a bunch of Muslims stuck together who came up with the hardest and strongest white community or Jewish community or black community or whatever, stuck together and then went toe to toe with them, they would scream racism. They would scream they're being oppressed. They would scream that their religious freedoms aren't being. They pull every fucking trick in the book. But what they need to be is in a place like Russia or China, where they don't give a fuck about their feelings, and see how well they do then. Because over here we've got liberals, we've got.
That's our problem. That's our problem. We've got cancer from within.
Too many people paid off. And
the lefties are dreadful fucking people. They're self-hating. They're basically cancer. You know.
Yeah, they despise themselves. They despise our country. They despise our history. They want to destroy it all because I'm fucked up inside and outside. I want you to be fucked. You look at
it's weird. It's a disease. It's a disease or something. It's
mental illness that was bred.
You cannot be of sound mind to think that way, because potentially one day you could have children, and then you're setting them up in such a fucking sick way, where your kids are going to suffer because of you.
Look at the ones who want their kids to be gay or they want them to be trans or whatever. That's new wave fucking stupidity, right? But as many of these people that are terrified of Islam, they know what's going to happen when Islam takes over. So what they want to be doing is coward to Islam, so that when they do take over, I was on your side. Don't hurt me. Fuck off.
But that doesn't work. That's not.
They're cowards, so they're just trying to, literally, just hoping that it will, because they are cowards. Whereas I'd rather be beaten to death, stood up, than treated like a dog for the rest of my days. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, I'll go out my way. Yeah, I'll go out my way. I'm not afraid to die. One bit. No, we need
to clear this up, right? People like us, we were born where we wanted just to be left to do our thing, but we weren't left alone.
Pretty much. I had no interest in politics whatsoever when I was like 21 to you know, when I was old enough to think, to when I was about, I don't know, 29, 28-ish, something like that. That's when I started getting a bit awake to it. And I was like, this shit's really pissing me off now.
Yep.
Like, this is agging the life out of me. Like, you know, everything I've ever tried to do, there's always been some kind of blockage. I wanted to be a fireman. They were only taking on ethnic minorities and gays. I was like, what the fuck's that about? You know?
People that have lied about their sexuality to get the job.
Yeah,
that
it's a fucking fact as well. I've got my fucking certificates in there. I passed everything. I had a fucking good recommendation, everything. And it was only hiring blacks and ethnic minorities now at Southwark fucking fire station. Which I was like, what the fuck is that?
I've got to say of that, Luke, and that is disgusting. That because even that actually goes against Dr. King's dream.
Yeah, exactly.
Was that everybody would be judged not by the colour of their skin, but the content of their character. And they're going against that because they're saying you will be judged by the colour of your skin.
Allegedly,
you
he's
can't
Marxist,
be a fireman because you're white.
Yeah, I think he was wrong.
Can be a fireman because they're black.
So,
and that was not Dr. King's dream in the first place. His dream was that everybody should be judged by the content of their character and not by the colour of their skin in his speech in 63.
If you were to buy a machine,
these people, be they black or white, if they go like they did, and I've heard others say it's happened to them, if they go against that and say, "Oh, we're only taking on minorities because we need, minorities or we need a woman," they are against Dr. King's dream. They are. Basically, they're inverted racists.
I'll ask you a question.
Inverted racists, and that which is as bad as being a racist, in my opinion.
When you buy a car, right, you go for the one that suits you best, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you're after speed, you go for this brand, or if you're asked for longevity of life, you go for that. You didn't go for the Lada Samara back in the day because it was of a low. Basically, there was less of them, and you felt that they needed to be represented more, did you? When you employ somebody, it's the same thing.
No, I haven't seen many Porsches on the road, so I'll buy one.
Yeah, well, the Porsche was a bit temperamental anyway, but I've just seen this one.
I'm just being a bit silly.
Yeah, Pride Month. It's not just for gays, trans, and maps. Do you know what a map is?
Yeah, I do. Fucking nonce cunt.
Minor attracted person.
Yeah. Dirty fucking
no matter your color, creed, sexual orientation, or however you were born, be proud of what you are. Be proud of being a nonce, is what he's just said in that one. Just sort of check.
BLU, no matter what was his fucking name. Everyone, go and find this fucker.
Yeah, let's get the channel taken down that one. So, but anyway, there's dear God, non-binary shopper felt discriminated after denied entry to women's changing room. Oh, I'll have a look at this then. I'll show you why. Fucking absolute tard.
I like how fucking bold they are to be nonsense these days. That's what's doing me in. It's like
proud punch, isn't they? But don't forget, the system itself is built on degeneracy and noncery and stuff. So the sooner they can make this legal, the sooner these rich people can go out shopping for kids. But yeah, he wasn't let into a fucking bird's room. It's because you're a mush in a fucking
non-binary shopper felt dehumanized after denying.
Do you hear about that bloke that walked into a bank? So I identify as a millionaire. I want to take my money out, and they just laughed and fucked him off. Because what you think you are necessarily isn't always what you are. Sorry.
Look at him, bro. Look at him.
Well, let's have another.
What are you playing at, son? What are you playing at, geez?
In it.
What? Get out of here.
How do I control? Does that work? Oh, yeah, hang on. It does.
Look at his boat race. How could you? Who are you trying to follow? Here's the thing, yeah.
I ought to go and let somebody else come on.
All right, love. Sorry about that. It's just I've put some toxic shit up, so we're not ranting at that. But give us a call.
Yeah, I lost me rag.
Okay.
All right.
Bye for now. Bye.
I'm not being funny. But look at these fucking trannies nowadays, yeah, or trans. What do you call them? Transsexuals. I'll use the correct terminology so you don't get banned.
Got a beard on it.
Look, you ain't even made an effort, mate. Look,
make a fucking effort.
Made an effort. At least in fucking Thailand and that, they actually
lady boys look like.
you got to like question it. You're like, is that a? You
Yeah,
kind of look like a
it's a bit
woman.
more dangerous when you go shopping there, isn't it?
It
Right,
is. But this
1 minute.
geezer, he wasn't bothered. Didn't even have a shave.
Hello, how you
Good evening,
doing?
Rev. Not bad.
What's it carrying?
Lazy trannies.
I've got a plan for how to stop all this LGBTQ stuff.
Right, is this
We
the
just
sort
make
of
it
thing that gets...
uncool by
Yeah.
we all start adopting our own pronouns, but we make them as stupid as possible and as long as possible, so you can't remember them. But we demand that they memorize them, make them a bit Welsh as well, a bit weird sounding, and demand that they pronounce them exactly right.
I
And I'll
identify
just
it
start
as
wearing
Snap-on
kilts.
because I'm a total fucking tool. There you are.
Yeah, and I will call you Snap-on in public company, but in private I'll call you Mr. Reverend and that because we're normal.
Yeah.
But in public, we'll demand everyone calls you Snap-on Reverend.
Yeah.
I'm going to choose something Welsh sounding.
Go on then.
Maybe a little bit risque and put a bit of a racist word in the middle. Go, no, it's Welsh, isn't it? That you just think it sounds racist, but it's Welsh.
Just call yourself Pot Noodle if you want to be Welsh.
Pop to ping.
Pot to pink. Well,
Microwave.
I've got to work out whether that actually was a piss take or they've generally called them that because I'm not sure.
No, it's a pop to ping, isn't it? I think it is a piss take.
It's got to be, isn't it?
Add that as a pronoun. What's your pronoun? Pop to ping.
Well, I could just call
And then
people...
all start wearing kilts because then we can if we all start dressing traditionally Celtic, we can carry our skin doing that, can't we? And our sporran.
Can we give people the name Araf, which is slow?
We could do it. What name is whatever you want it to be in it now. We all just start choosing weird names, weird pronouns.
Do you know?
All start wearing our kilts, our traditional Highland dress.
I wish everything in my history was that way. That everything went the way I wanted it because, yeah, life would have been different. But the reality is this: that I am the shape I am the gender I am everything that God made me, or mum and dad and God, but whatever. I am it. I can't do anything about that, nor should I want to. That is it.
No,
So,
we all know that, but if the mental people are going to take over the asylum, we should just join them and make the mentalness so unbearable that the government has to go, no, this is all nonsense. You are now all being purposely crazy.
when the government fears the people more than the people it serves, you'll get results.
Yeah, actually, what I changed my pronoun to actually "oh lad" and just demand that they pronounce it "oh lord." That's my pronoun. You've got to call me "oh lord."
I think I've just
God, but just put a "you" in the middle instead of an "o" and be like, yeah, it's God, but it's spelled "dude," but it's pronounced in English. So, isn't that my first name? They'll never want to do it, will they? I'll be like, no, we can't do that.
To be honest,
why not? This is my pronoun. This is my gender identity. I'm omnipotent.
Yeah, that geezer proved it in America, didn't he? He called himself a black lesbian, but changed nothing about himself, and they tried getting him kicked out.
I actually recognise him as a black lesbian. I'm not a bigot.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he was saying. He's saying, look, I've identified as this, and they're not respecting it at all. And they were like, we know what you're doing.
He's got 1%. He's got he's got a drop of African heritage, so he can say it. He's like, I'm not being racist. I've done ancestry in me, 1 drop.
Yep. There's nothing to do about it.
Somebody said some common, I can't even pronounce that. Chuck me a fiver, thank you. He said, yeah, but in gender fluid, just jizz.
Yeah, send some communist. He's got a Latin name. Yeah. Isn't just jizz, yeah.
I just checked the fluid in her face. She now looks like a plasterer's radio. Sorry. What time are we? We're all right. Well, fuck them anyway.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the youth today. I think all these gender ideologies are like Moshe and Grebo movement. And
do you realise how clued up most of the kids are? And the only airtime is for the idiots that talk shit. However, basically, when you looked at my daughter's age group, a lot were having to work out what bullshit answer they wanted to give you, or what they wanted you to say, and at the same time they had to know the truth as well. So they were like learning parallel. It was fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, people forget that these kids do see through it.
Yeah,
like there are, a lot of them that are sort of like, I don't know why we do this stuff, but we just have to. But they know it's nonsense. Like, they're trying to use propaganda against them, but they forget that you have the internet. You have an unlimited source of information at your fingertips, and these kids know that they're going to be worse than our generation when it comes to being conservative. And I've seen it, you know, I see it on Telegram daily. These young kids coming through that are really finding a home with National Socialism and stuff like that. They really are. It's quite like,
Worrying.
you know, like when you hear people like Jordan Peterson and others talk, and they say, listen, you should really worry about the far right rising, because what the far left are doing is creating more of a far right than they realise what they're doing. Because the more you sort of push one way, you
But
get
it
the
makes you
pendulum
wonder,
swing the other way.
Is that what they wanted? Are they looking
I
to?
don't know. It's
Pendulum
mad.
will always move like this, right?
Always.
But if you create perpetual war, then the globalists will always have money, stupid amounts of money. The state will borrow money to buy weapons to defend the state from the people. The people will fight each other and the state and get nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
So
Do you
what,
think they want so divisions in England so they can arm all the police?
I think the police are going to end up in the long run only policing areas of interest to them and let the rest of the
Our
world.
police are getting weaker and weaker every year. Our police are getting weaker and weaker. We're
They get
having
filled in by old people.
more and more women join the police force,
Mm.
which is only beneficial to us people, normal people, because I'm not being funny. It would take at least 5 police women to take me down. At least 5. It would only take 2 men. It would only take 2.
Yeah.
You know, if they were big enough and
Women and
you know.
women officers instigate hands-on contact before male officers. As males, we know that instigating hands-on contact is escalating things to physical violence when it doesn't need to be sometimes. But women will get hands-on straight away to avoid having to chase someone down or to try and subdue them.
Sorry about that, lad.
And getting rid of bodies from the police force, the worst mistake ever.
Yeah, I mean,
like if
our fire service is worse than ever.
The community, they've been in real conflict, so a bunch of kids smashing some bottles isn't that scary to them, is it?
I quite like the
They can
idea
go
of the police
diffuse
used
the
to give them a slap
situation.
back in the day. You played that.
Yeah,
you
get
get a
Fedman Hero, didn't you?
But they wouldn't
Yeah, it's better
hit
than
too
that.
far, would they? They wouldn't like them try and twist you up and give you a beating and then say you resisted. They might give you a thick ear and let you go on, knowing that if you told your mum the cop would give you a thick ear, you'd get another thick ear.
Somebody said Pap's channel shows just how weak the police are now. Yeah, it does. People
One
think
second.
the far left are the most dangerous. It's only because they've got power at the moment. If the far right, and I mean far, hello, if the far right had power, don't you think it does go around? You know what I mean? There are very close similarities to the far left and the far right. Somewhere in the middle, you have centrists, which get nothing done. To the left, you have people who allegedly have some progressiveness, modernization of stuff, not about tradition. To the right, you've got people who think about tradition, protecting their culture, protecting their history.
Yeah.
And when you go further away from that, you get to different extremes.
Shut the door, yeah?
But Yils,
I never thought of it like that.
yeah. So, I mean, I don't see any great difference between the very far right and the very far left, because they're both fucking extremist nutters that, if they got into power, would make their own people miserable. I mean,
Yeah, eventually that's what happens, you know. When you go that far with something, you do force the other side to go just as extreme, because there's always a battle for. That's why you need balance. You know, it sounds like some sort of Buddhist monk fucking talk, but genuinely, I can't see. I speak to people of the far right all the time, and I don't think they understand what would happen. You know. Because you can't, what my point is what I always make to them, to keep it as brief as possible. But you can't trust anyone you put in charge to have total authoritarian control. You can't trust people. People are corruptible. Doesn't matter where they're from, doesn't matter how they were raised or whatever. Once they get a sniff of power and money and things like that come their way, They're corruptible.
What's
They
the
just
best
are.
example? If you look at the, say for instance, use Ireland, but you can use anywhere if you want. When the Troubles popped up, the Catholics thought they were under threat from the loyalist police force, predominantly
Mhm.
loyal. They thought they were in threat from the state, the army, and they thought they were in threat from the Protestants. The Protestants also thought they were at threat from the provisional IRA, which was set up, and they also thought they were a threat from the Catholic area. What you ended up with is certain people fearing the other lot and ended up segregating. So when you have mixed areas, they segregate. But what came up out of this was they made their own military, which were called paramilitary in the end. So you had the loyalists had their side, the
Yeah.
Catholics and provisionals and all the rest of it. So there were
Ah,
very
is
many.
that what the P standard for then?
Right. You had the original IRA, you had the continuity IRA, you had the provisional IRA, you had the what's the other one? Real continuity provisional. There's another one, but anyway, you get the idea. And there was a few other variations. And then you had a lot of different loyalists. So you had the UVF, the UFF, the UVA,
The Red Hand guys.
yeah, with the Red Hand of Ulster as well, right? However, what I did notice is that when these people actually came to a level where they were making money from different means, it changed their way.
Exactly.
Ended up making
exactly
the
that. They can have the best intentions. As soon as that bit comes in, that's what I said to him. You cannot trust anyone because the fascists, the people that call themselves fascists and national socialists and stuff like that, believe in fascism. They think that's going to work and this, that, and the other. And they believe that free speech is an absolute detriment to our race. That's what's got us, Europe and the West, in the trouble it's in. And I'm like, so you would trust to put someone, whoever it may be, in charge, and you would trust them not to be corrupted and all that, and not have free speech and have fascism.
I mean, if it corrupts churches, what's it going to do with people who aren't
religious?
religious?
I mean, it makes no sense. Like, to me, it's just absolutely baffling. And I've said to them, we've never had free speech on the right, not real free speech, not since
freedom
fucking
of expression, which
1920, probably. You know, we've been slowly but surely pushed down. You can't say this, can't say this, can't say this, and it's slowly gotten worse, and it's got worse over the past 20 years more than it ever has been. Free speech is gone. We've never had.
Under religious, you couldn't say anything about the church. You couldn't blaspheme.
That's what I mean.
I mean, the kings, depending on where the king came from, he was either Prot or he was Catholic, and you had to change from one side, and there was the purges and all sorts. Anyway, what I did notice, these people would die for their cause, but would kill the people on their own side in the end to keep their power. That's bad. And I don't think that if things get really bad here, there will end up being people that will set up paramilitary organizations to protect their area, which will work.
Absolutely.
But how the fuck do you stop these people who to set up a paramilitary organization? Generally speaking, you have got to be a bit of a psycho yourself, right? You've got to be willing to
have higher knowledge of how like military tactics work and like how to set up roadblocks and defenses and stuff like that. It's not really like nutter stuff, is it? I went to like 13.
What I'm saying, these people will take action against who they perceive is the enemy. That's how this works. These people will become proficient at what they do. And the people that recruit to do this work will be people who we would call psychopaths. You don't go out just killing people, right? I mean, when you kill for the state, you're slowly trained to believe that whatever enemy who threatens your flag or your country is the enemy, and you're right to do so.
Yeah.
I don't see people that come back after doing that feeling too good about it, right? And I think they were put into a position that when they went and did that and came back, you can't lie to us. You said that this is for this. When we went over there, we found out it wasn't. You lied. And I think a lot of people don't stay in the army for a long time because they realize that this ain't all it's meant to be. That, you know, there's something wrong here.
There's something wrong with the army, wasn't there?
But when you go into the paramilitaries, you look how long people stayed in, say, for instance, the IRA before they realized it was bollocks and jacked. They stayed in there for quite a while because people that stayed, the loyalists stayed in there for quite a while. You know, but I see that I mean, say for instance, Islam will set up its own paramilitary in every country it goes to, and is
Mhm.
right. And you will find other entities that will set up their own because they'll feel threatened. I mean, if you look in the was it the 60s or 70s when they had the
Yeah.
Black Panthers in America, they weren't paramilitary. We weren't far off it. But we will get in every part of Europe when it gets bad, people will set up paramilitaries. I can see it.
Well,
This is
South
a way
Africa is
to
a
do it.
prime example of that.
Mhm.
The white South African farmers have had to do that because they're actually facing a genuine fucking threat. So they have to arm up.
I think. Sorry, I'm interrupting. I think some of the ethnic groups sneaking through into Europe have actually already started their paramilitary organisations already. They're not like official, but they've like got weapons stored and stuff.
Yeah, they are happening. It's in Ireland, it's in Holland, France, obviously, and I do know that England does have their own as well. Like
Yeah.
genuinely,
Well, because
there are ex-military boys.
Have all sorts of licenses now for like civilized folk from these nations who have a gun to go out hunting with.
There are ex-military boys that were, because of the COVID stuff going on, they were already organising, setting up in fields and all shit like that. We do have it over here. There was something going on with the government back then, what really set them off. It was like, we ain't having this, being locked down and whatever. It's getting to that point,
I
where
spoke to a guy who knew of people back then.
yeah,
He said what they did back then, they can't get away with now. I mean, if you look at the real IRA, which were the ones that did that, can we get some female callers on, please? Yeah, if you ring in, play it both ways here. He said what they did was they sent a load of cannon fodder out to do the last exercise, which they'll get caught. But you could not do what they did in the 70s and 80s now because there's so much camera footage and phones and everything else. So I don't know quite how they would do things now. And I think that's why
you got to change your tactics, update them, haven't you? Like cameras aren't like infallible. Like it's a digital like sensor, isn't it? So if you find
it only solves 0.5% of all crime.
Well, because
sorry,
no. Well, obviously,
I have no brain filter.
Yeah, well, no, it's not that. It's like I would have nothing to do with paramilitary anyway for numerous reasons.
But I'm just a sovereign person who knows. Like, I read books, innit? I like to know like how technology works.
Well, can you imagine if I actually was part of something like that? Literally, I would
have laughed yourself right up here, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I would literally. I would lead whatever to whatever, and I would be the worst person to have any part or anywhere near anything like that because of what I do here now. So I would never be invited into it, nor would I be part of it. And there it is. But I have to say, I can't see any other way but them setting up something at some point. But how it works, I don't know.
I don't think it's going to be organized. I think it's just, as you say, with internet and like people's like ability to gain knowledge really quick. You don't have to go out and buy a book now, do you? You can look up on the internet, download a few books.
Aren't the
look at how
government
things
just about
work.
to retrain people with a gun license?
Yeah,
Rev is definitely a plant. Yeah, I'm a fucking Triffid. God.
Yeah.
Rev is a government plant. Yeah. Have you seen my plant, Dave? Do you think
peasants didn't need guns in the past to revolt, did they? They had pitchforks and stuff like that.
Yeah, the Pitchfork Rebellion would have worked if it was run by better people.
Yeah, it worked now. What you do is you stop putting your pitchforks in the ground and you stop like going to Tesco's and doing your job. You're just thinking for sick days. Just different pitchforks. As I say, you adapt your tactics. Stop paying into the unions. Just cancel everyone who's in a union. Cancel your union fees because you just keep not negotiating properly for you. You lose more stuff each year and don't really get a pay rise. So you just use the system against them. Sick days, mental health days. Well, I had a cough. It felt like COVID, but this time it was blood. What they're going to say? Boom, week off.
Mind you, that COVID shit is great if you want to be a dosser and take a day off, isn't it?
Yeah, not dosser and take a day off. be a Dossa and ruin Tesco's and Asda and all these multinational corporations that are screwing us over.
Mm.
Like,
Sorry, I can't come in today. Got COVID. See you tomorrow.
yeah.
What can I do?
And you organise on mass, like 20 and 30 people do it on each shift, so like they can't possibly run the supermarket properly. And then you just do it in all these big multinational corporations that aren't working for us. And then when it comes time to sign the next contract, you organise properly and everyone pulls out their own contracts.
Well,
and you know, this is what they want.
How many of these places are serving halal food? We don't want that. I mean, why do I want some animals being made to suffer a lot more because of somebody's religious beliefs? I don't want that shit. But if you look at Tesco's and Asda and KFC and loads of other places, they're all using halal shite.
Yeah, I've got to be honest here, right? Listen to me, right? I used to work in a meat freezer. It was quite a big one as well, and we used to sell to massive Chinese companies and stuff like that. And all our chicken came in from Brazil, and it all had halal stickers on it. But here's the secret, yeah. None of it's halal. They just put a sticker on it.
I'm happy.
Trust me. Trust me when I say this. If that shit came from Brazil, which is one of the most Christian fucking countries, they have a statue, literal statue of Jesus on a fucking hill. Trust me. No one's doing that. No one is doing that throat cutting and then a prayer over every fucking chicken that comes off that conveyor belt. It doesn't.
We've got a million chicken going through one place. I think it's called Three Sisters. It's down near Tiverton. Fucking place. But
it's nonsense. They just stick a sticker on it and say halal. There you go.
I was going to get dressed up as the Reverend, right, and bless all the meat in the supermarket just to be a cunt.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's complete and utter bollocks that it's halal. Complete, unless you go to a proper halal butcher's, you know, or something like that. Maybe, just maybe, you could trust them that was actually halal. But all the rest of it, fucking nonsense. Absolute bollocks. Do not tell me KFC goes through that whole thing where they cut the chicken's throat, bleed it into a hole, and then say a prayer over it. Nonsense and absolute bollocks.
How many Muslims you've seen have a bacon sandwich happy as fuck when no one's watching? I lived when I was 18 in a house with a Muslim. I didn't know what Muslim was all about. He was just a guy that worked at the Avon where I was. That was the Tandoori, where I had a washing up job. And as I ended up out of my ear when I was 18, I had a room, and it was all white lads living there because it's Western. There's literally no people of colour there, or there wasn't. So he had this house, and we all lived there, and he's having bacon sandwiches and smoking and drinking and doing all the rest of it. Mind you, he was a fucking dodgy cunt. And it's funny because it was his catering trailer and BMW. I rolled off the motorway, brand fucking new catering trailer and everything. It worked again, but yeah, that was him cutting corners. You get a 2.5-ton catering trailer fully loaded, and you thought a BMW 325i, the old shape, was it E30 or E36? I don't know what it was, would tow it. It didn't. We ended up on our roof after we'd rolled.
No, bad idea. But
yeah, it did. I have to say though, when you roll down that grass on the motorway, it is like rolling on a mattress in the middle of summer. But yeah. Unfortunately, back in the day, we had big phones and big CDs, so it's like being in a washing machine. So you're being attacked by all that as you go over. There you are, one of life's little stories. But yeah, so are we going to do any more callers, or should we wrap it up for the night? It's 10 o'clock, isn't it? So what do we do?
You, bruv, I'm easy.
Ask the callers. Do we go on for another half hour or not? One in the comments for half hour, or two if you want to fuck off and put something on the TV. Let me know. We'll see what happens. Got 386 watching, so
have you? Fucking sick.
That's cool. Well, there's one-on-one channel and 3 or 6 or whatever on. Yeah, we were floating around 400 for a while, so but it's between the different channels.
Are you on Rumble now as well?
No, it will be uploaded to Rumble, but I'm not going to. I changed that power pack and it hasn't crashed yet, but I was expecting it to. It doesn't actually make any sense, and it's got a fucking bloke who drives trucks trying to work it, so that's a bit in fucking nightmare.
Yeah, how the fuck do you do it?
But look, Bouncy Castle, don't stop, really.
Have any of you been to get a new bank card yet? Because like your bank card's broke. Because my friend went to the bank to get a replacement, and they don't want to give him a contactless one.
Then
One
what's
that wouldn't,
then what are they going to give him?
like a contactless card, it wouldn't work in a machine.
Well, they're getting rid of him anyway.
Yeah.
Rev is
It was
really
like, what? How am I
mistletoe.
supposed to draw cash out? Oh, you won't able to in the future.
Well, you won't need it, will you? Because we're going to get rid of that, and they're going to bring out a digital currency. Rev, there's 2 streams running on one. You forgot 11 in here.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna get off and let someone else call in
All
because
right,
I'm
love.
hogging the airtime.
No worries, mate. You take it. All
I will do. Take care.
right, see you
Goodbye.
later, mate.
See you later, bruv.
Yeah, I mean, you have to watch what you say in here or on here as well, because obviously you're being watched. But I mean, the very thought that if anybody knew anything, right, or was involved in anything, they wouldn't even bring the subject up, would they? I mean, it's just fuck it. It's a given, isn't it? Right, I got another call.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, we're better fucking hearing you, darling.
Go on then. What you been up to?
Well, I've been from my house down to Boscombe Pier, and then from Boscombe Pier half the way to Haytonsbury Head, and yeah, I've had a wonderful day on my little scooter that scoots me about a full mile an hour. Born to be mild, you know.
Born to be mild. I like it. That's a good saying. I like that one. Yeah,
Well, he only does 4 mile an hour, but it's got a 20-mile range on it, you know.
yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, he probably got a better range than a fucking Tesla. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, and your battery's not about crap out, and even if it does, it ain't going to cost you 15 grand. A lot of these Tesla
No,
owners are burning
no.
their cars out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're naughty, them things.
And
Cost you more in
and
the
I've
end.
got breakdown cover as well.
You've got breakdown cover, have you?
Yeah.
Get up.
Fucking yes, mate.
So,
I've got a question for Luke.
go on.
Oh, sweet.
Luke,
Certainly, yes,
with, your,
Get Luke up.
with your knowledge of whiskies, have you ever heard of Ardbeg?
Can I leave you
Ardbeg?
two together? I'm going for a piss.
Go for it. Yeah,
Okay.
Ardbeg, yeah.
And what are your thoughts on Ardbeg?
From what I remember, didn't they do like a Viking range and shit like that as well? Ardbeg.
I don't know. It's just that I used to have a really good job. I'm in disability now, so I want a fixed income of, you know, what the government gives me. But when I was, you know, working, had good money coming in, I walked into Sainsbury's one day and I seen this £50 bottle, and it was Ardbeg. And I thought, oof, well, you know, I usually drink, you know, Islay whiskies, single Scotch, single malt. And I thought, oof, this is a single malt, I'll give it a go. And I just thought it was the best whiskey I've ever tasted, mate. And I've had quite a few, you know, single malt whiskies.
Genuinely, yeah. I mean, there is no wrong answer to what's the best whiskey or whatever, because it's all down to whatever you prefer personally and that. But yeah, Ardbeg is a fine whiskey, and I'm sure they did like they got like the swirly patterns on the label, aren't they? So it's a bit like Viking-y kind of thing. But yeah.
But
yeah.
when you get the bottle out, it's just got the word Ardbeg on it, and you know, nothing fancy. But oh, what a fucking whiskey, mate! Eh?
Yeah. It's a nice drop of Scotch. Like nothing wrong with it. Nice dram, as they say. Like, yeah, it's good. It's, you know, it's hard to get a bad one. You'd have to go something to get a bad one.
Oh yeah. But I have always been after, you know, quality when I can afford it. You know.
Hey man, there's plenty of good stuff you can get for a decent price, which, you know, won't break the bank and that. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And not being funny, let's be honest, a lot of them Scotches are fucking overpriced, like quite heavily overpriced. That's why I sort of got into the rums, to be honest with you, because the Scotches and the other ones was a bit like, it's a ridiculous price. That, come on. Surely, you know, and you can get a good 14-year-old rum for at least 5 times the the price of a good scotch, which you wouldn't do yourself any harm. You know what I mean? It's still nice. It's still fucking just as good. You know, for 5 times less. So that's my advice there. But you know, you like what you like. If you like Ardbeg, fucking get it when you can, mate. Genuine.
No, I do like my rums as well. I've had the old Ray and Nephew a few times.
Oh fuck me, Uncle Ray's. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, that's a killer. Yeah, so that's like fucking 63%, isn't it? Something like that. Something ridiculous. Yeah, it's good. It's good shit though. I've got a bottle up there of Uncle Ray's.
I jumped in the cab once with a bottle of Ray and Nephews, and the driver was black, and he said, "Wow, what are you doing with that bottle, son?"
Yeah, what are you doing with a bottle of Uncle Ray's? Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah.
It's good shit. Yeah, but strong. Very, very strong.
Anyway, Si, I was just going to ask you about a little bit of reminiscing about the 70s, you know, about the milk carts and, you know, we used to have fucking 15-minute cities. You know, we had corner shops everywhere. We had greengrocers. We had everything.
We had everything we needed, but we could go out if we wanted. That's the difference.
Yeah. You know,
It's so
everything
true.
was recycled, you know, like the bottles and stuff, milk bottles, like you were explaining earlier. We had all of this shit fucking years ago.
Do you remember?
I was born in 74, mate, so I'm about your age.
But if you remember when we were kids, even though we had everything we wanted, we always wanted to go a lot further than we were allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just want to get out.
Yeah, but the thing is, Si, we were allowed to. There was nothing stopping us apart from our own range from the house and our own imagination.
You boys are from the 70s, yeah?
Yeah.
Buggies. Well, let me take you back because me and my brother have been doing something today. Very interesting. My brother's out at the minute, but Fonzie is down in London with me at the minute. But we were riding about on this fucker here. Let me get the torch on. Let me know if you
a few seconds delay for me to see it on the screen, mate.
Yeah, no worries. I'll wait. So this is from the 70s.
Oh, mate.
Is it a chopper?
That's a fizzy, isn't it? Almost.
It's a Crayford. Basically a monkey bike. It used to fold up and people used to put it in their cars.
Look down a bit more with that camera a bit. Look down a bit more. Yeah, I remember them. Yeah, they used to go in the boot of the car, didn't they?
Yeah, boot of the car. Crayford Puma, I believe it's called. A Crayford Puma. Yeah, there's the puppy, yeah. There's Brandy and Betty.
Oh, mate. I'll tell you what, that bike's worth a few quid, I thought, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah, I got it off my uncle. My uncle passed away, sadly. But I've had it for about a year and a half or so. And my brother come down today and decided to get it working. And he said to me, yeah, let me have a little play about with it. And I was like, go on then. If you get it working, then fucking sweet, son. You know, pucker.
Mm-hmm.
And he only fucking did it, didn't he? He cleaned it all out.
Son.
But now you can fuck off down the shop on the cunt.
Yeah, we was riding about on it earlier. We was zooming about on it earlier, and we had all people asking us like, "Where the fuck did you get that?"
A little bit like the original monkey bike.
That is the original. It was an original. It's the one from
that's the one from like 76.
Yeah,
it's a monkey bike. You know what they had on Dumb and Dumber? Very similar to that. Yeah, same sort of thing as that.
Oh,
because my brother's got a pedal bike that he put an engine on, so he's into his engines and shit like that. You should see my brother on his one; it's fucking amazing. So he's got like a proper mountain bike with suspension at the front, but he's got an engine in the middle of it. So one side's got a chain for the engine, one side's got a chain for pedaling. So it's under 50 cc's, or it is 50 cc's. It's like bang on. You know, where it's legal. That thing's 47.5 cc. So, yeah, but it does need a clean out because the where it spits the fuel out keeps getting clogged because it had sat for a while with the petrol in there. Fucked it. It turns like resin, doesn't it? They call it resin. So we need to flush it through properly, get a good filter for it, few bits and bobs to do, but the thing runs.
Mm.
It's made in England. It's fucking amazing. Like, I was like,
didn't they?
yeah, you know what I mean? They built this shit to last. I was like, look at this thing.
But Luke, that's the thing, mate. You know, things back then were built to fucking last, and then all of a sudden, companies got together and said, "Oh no, we can't have this because people aren't buying the products. We need to build in." Oh, what was it? What's that fucking terminology they use? That you know, it dies after a couple of years.
Yeah, it became redundant quickly.
It's not fucking, you know,
buy the next new thing.
Built to
buy
fail.
it and chuck it away. Yeah.
60s and 50s.
You don't buy anything and maintain it anymore. But I've always been a bit like that. I think that's why I like pipe smoking and stuff like that, and like my Zippo lighters and things like that. I like things that I'm going to have. I buy this. This is lasting forever. You know, I've got a lifetime warranty.
Yeah, I'll hang up, Simon. I'll hang up now, mate. Try and save the stream.
All right, mate. No worries.
Cheers, brother.
Right. Just a quick one. You might need to take over for 2 minutes. Well,
no worries. I've got a story for everyone, if you don't mind. If everyone's still here, can everyone hear me? I think they can. But yeah, today I was having a wander about, obviously, and I've got a new neighbour moved in next door, and apparently he's a professor. So I'm out in my garden having a thing, and I said to him, "Oh, hello, new neighbour, how you doing?" Introduce myself. "Oh, I'm Luke, live next door, blah blah blah," and he asked me what I do. I said, "Oh yeah, I'm a plumber and that," and he said, "Oh yeah, good." I said, "What do you do?" And he said, I'm a professor of logic." Well, is anyone there? I think Simon's gone. Oh no, they can hear me. Yeah, here you go. He's back. So he said, "Yeah, I'm a professor of logic." So I was like, being my common ass self, I said, "What the fuck's that then?" And he goes, "Well, you know, I could demonstrate for you. So, do you have a dog?" And I was like, "Yeah, I got a dog. I got 2 dogs." "Okay, so I assume you've got a wife." Like, "Yeah, I've got a wife." He's like, "Yeah, so I assume you've got kids." It's like, "Yeah, I've got kids." "Oh, so I assume you're a heterosexual male." And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, that's logic. You know, I've figured out from you having a dog that you're a heterosexual male. So that's why I'm a professor of logic at the University of Science down the road." I was like, "Okay, get ya. No worries. Yeah, sweet." So anyway, I go out. I'm having a smoke on my pipe and whatever else, and this geezer comes along. He's, "Oh, have you got a lighter there, mate?" You know, I was like, yeah, I've got a light. "Yeah, bro." He said, "Oh, I'm waiting for a bus. Like, I bet you, as soon as I light this fag, 2 will come along at once." I was like, "Yeah, ain't that just the way?" He said, "Yeah, so how you been anyway? You all right, you know, going on there?" I said, yeah, I had an interesting day as it goes. I bumped into my neighbour next door. He's this professor of logic down at the University of Science." He goes, "Logic? What? Professor of logic? What's that then?" I said, "Oh, well, rather than me explain it, let me try it out on you." I said, "You got a dog?" He goes, "No." And you must be one of them gays then.
That's like
So yeah, that's how my day was.
that bloke that went to work in it's a young kiddie. He's a Mike Reed joke, and I've got to try and remember it now, or I'll fuck it up. Have I had too much to drink to do this? Yeah.
Go on, son. You got it, bro.
I'll try and remember it, right? So yeah, it's basically this bloke comes in, and the young kiddie, he says, "Right, watch what I do, and try and do the same." And he goes, all right. He says, right. The guy comes in. He says, I'd like some grass seed. He says, certainly, sir. There's your lawnmower. Huh? Lawnmower. He said, well, the grass is going to grow. You need to cut the grass. There's your lawnmower. He went, oh, yeah. Hold on. And I can't remember the rest of the joke, but it went something like he'd already this woman had come in for Tampax, right? And he was fucking shitting himself, right? Or whatever. And he couldn't serve her. And I think it was the bloke that came in after, and he said, I'd like some Tampax. And the kid, went, yeah, certainly, sir. There's your lawnmower. He went, eh? He said, Tampax. He said, well, your weekend's obviously fucked. Might as well cut the grass or something like that. Anyway.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
It's better if you can remember the joke, but I'm not very good at that. Yeah, it's like that, isn't it? What's that?
Neither am I normally. I'm fucking terrible. I'm surprised I got through that one. There's probably loads of it I fucking left out, but yeah.
I saw some jokes lately, but I can't say them on here. No chance at all. Right, we've got a caller. Let's get that to where it should be. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Hello, you're through.
Sorry, one second.
Yeah.
We can hear ourselves.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to apologise to both yourself, Simon, and Luke, and Pap. I tried to ring it. Well, seemed to be a very short phone in, like last week. I know you're having a good time, but I just wanted to apologise. I think I was a little. I do like you all, and I think I was.
Is that Big 2020?
Sorry.
Is that Big 20? No, you ain't Big 20.
No, it's the guy that I raised my voice to, but it takes a man to apologise, mate. So you're all forgiven and everything's fine, all right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I, and what Pap said to me was absolutely right. It probably was a doctor trying to scare my friend into reducing their alcohol intake, because they rang in, for a bit of help.
Mm-hmm.
And straight away, without asking how they are or seeing them or knowing anything about them, they went, right, we're going to have to report you to the DVLA. So, basically they were like, what? And it was all like, there was about 4 telephone conversations over the short space of time. And not once did they ask how she was. And it was all about, right, we're now going to report you to the DVLA. So basically, Pap said, it's probably a doctor trying to scare you and not trying to do any work and basically fob you off, but also scare you and stuff. And then I think Luke triggered me a bit by just saying, well, I think there's problems with you. And I was trying to say, well, no, there's actually no problems with me.
Did your friend lose their license?
No, no, basically, it was all sorted out. But Luke was also right by saying, mate, I think you need to maybe, have 2 or 3 nights doing stuff that you like and maybe trying to get to the gym.
Work out, bro. I recommend working out for anyone. If you're a man of any kind, any ilk or whatever, and you find yourself struggling a little bit, fucking have a workout, bro. Like, it will sort everything.
You're absolutely right, Luke. You are 100%. Absolutely right. And I've always said I've been very fit in the past and done a lot of stuff, and I've also been the opposite. But I've always said exercise is like beans on toast. You don't have beans on toast for quite some time, and then you realise how good beans on toast is, if that makes sense at all. I was slightly triggered there, but Pap was absolutely right. Luke was right, and I do appreciate yourself, Simon, and the stuff that you come out with.
Fucking good man.
I do like it.
Well done. Fair play.
I just wanted to apologise because it was. Yeah, I wanted to do that last week, but no, I'm glad that you. And I was at one point I was thinking I should say, "Are you going to accept my apology?" And
no, I'd be like that, mate. You said what you said, and I said what I said, and we're all gravy. It's fine.
Yeah, all gravy.
Fantastic. Listen, I really appreciate the show. It's kind of like I do watch a lot of stuff on YouTube, and I do like to think I'm up to date with certain things that is going on. But there's that much going on, basically, that I'm just yeah, you just get a bit of a blank mind where you think, well, God, you know, I mean,
Isn't that like
it's all
they
it's
call it
all
overload?
going mad. You know, what the hell is going on?
Aren't we all on that at the moment? We're getting a sensory overload or something like that. Is that what it is?
Yeah,
It
something like
is.
that.
It's like, you know, you like to think that you know what woke is, or you know what's going on in the schools, and you know what they're trying to introduce all this stuff with control and you know, turning everyone into digital slaves to the government, and but then every so often you just think, I can't really think of anything to just say or think about, because yeah,
Frustration.
like you say, it's just all coming out. Well, it has been like that for years now.
The moment you
all
wake
this
up to the moment you
shit
go to
just
bed,
comes to you.
you got shit coming in from every fucking corner.
Yeah,
And
every
you're
angle,
No matter
mate.
who you are.
and you're supposed to
Does
stay
it?
on an even keel the whole time.
Yeah, bruv. Like, seriously. That's what I say to people, like, fucking just get out your fucking house and go and do something, even if it's a run, a jog, or walk. Do you know how good a walk is for you? It's actually better for you than jogging. You don't wear out your fucking knees and your joints and shit like that. Just go
You're-
for a long ass
yeah.
walk. Find a fucking trail
Yeah.
and just chuck a backpack on. Put some nice bits of nibbles in there, whatever you like eating, especially meat.
Yeah.
I highly recommend eating a lot of meat rather than everything else. Fruit and all that. Fuck it off. Don't worry about fruit. You get all the vitamins you want from meat. That's what they don't tell you. They say meat's full of protein. It's like, yeah, protein and vitamin B12, vitamin this. So chuck a bit of meat in your fucking bag and a bottle of water. But go for a walk. Just say, oh, I'm going to go boom, on your phone. So easy. Bosh, Google Maps, and have a hike somewhere. Just fucking do it. You'll feel better. You
Yeah.
come back and you're like,
Yeah.
that was fucking blinding. You know, that was good. You just boom. Get out of the fucking houses. Sitting in your house all day and all that. It's no good. I don't want to sound like one of these fucking fitness Instagram guru wankers, but trust me,
because I'm fucking tired the whole time now, and I know that if you kickstart you by doing some exercise, you will kickstart your body into making yourself less tired.
It's mad, yeah, because you sound like a right boring cunt saying it, but I can't help but say, listen,
It works.
me, I've been there. I was, you know, in a band doing rock and roll and fucking gigging and drinking and smoking and doing all sorts of weird shit and and then coming and sitting indoors all the time and then, you know, just not quite getting out in the world. It's a real place. So find somewhere to go and do it. And then, you know, it's really easy to sit there and then you're like, oh, I can't bother to do fuck all today. I'm just going to sit indoors. It's like, no, just don't do that. Like, just don't do that.
I find that if you're feeling your head's been full of shit, then turn the shit off. I don't put I don't put the, and if YouTube is doing you nothing because it's playing too much, just turn it off. Put on the music, like play that for a while. Remember the good times, because you ain't going to get these hours back again. And if you fill all of your life now with music, you're going to lose the precious gift that God gave us, which is life, because it's going to be consumed by miserable shit. Look, we can all fucking do our bit and trying to do the right thing, but we haven't got to be so utterly consumed by that it ruins our life.
Yeah.
You're missing the point.
Yeah. Lift heavy shit and all. You know how good that is for you, like, especially people like Rev. You're clearly full of testosterone. You're quite a hairy person and whatever else. Do you know how good it is for you to lift heavy shit and move shit around? Like, your body is designed for that. It's like, trust me. Like, if you, I know you know, because you've been a big cunt. You know, like being a doorman, you can't be small. You have to have that in you to like, and after you've done it, you get in that. Here's the thing, yeah. Just before you're going to do it, it's always that thing. You know, you're always looking for that excuse. I've done it.
Why? Why did I? Why did it?
What's the point? Yeah. No. Once you start doing it, and then you've been doing it for like 3-4 fucking weeks or whatever, you're just like, it's like this weird thing inside you where you're like, I'm going to do more this week.
I'm going to be emotional Monday night. I've got to go down.
You are. James, you're going to hurt. You're going to fucking hurt.
And then I'm going to get fucking slaughtered by this guy who used to work at the door, and his dad used to work at the door. He used to work for his dad as well.
Yeah.
They were good guys, nice guys, right? Big fuckers. He started weight training at 50 and ended up doing where you're on stage, like competitions. He was doing that.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of the old door staff that used to go down there. Now, some of the door staff I thought were great. Some of them I didn't really have much to do with, and some of them were lunatics, right? You know, different types. But I'm going to go down there, and you never know, I might reconnect with people because I've been out of Weston. Well, as soon as I go into Weston, I know him.
Yeah.
If you worked in and around the bars at that time, you knew everybody in the end.
Probably know everyone. Yeah, you probably know everyone. I've been in and out of bars, fuck knows how many years, and I always go somewhere and know someone. That's what, you know. Even my ex jokes to me, "You always go somewhere and know someone." Like, it's like, yeah, it's just being in bars and gigging and whatever else. You just always fucking know someone, and it's a healthy thing,
every night. I don't know about you, Caller. Did you go out a lot when you were younger?
He did.
You know what, mate? I was never at home, and I mean, we used to go out like 3-4 times a week. I don't know how the hell we did it, but we were absolutely pissed.
And you could cope back then.
3-4. Sorry,
you could cope physically. Your body would go, yeah, all right, we'll put up with this.
Oh yeah. That's a big thing. Can't do it as much as getting older.
I'm 51 now, and I like to think. Well, I don't know. Well, I nearly said. Well, hopefully a little bit older. And hopefully a little bit wiser. I sometimes question that. But what I've done, I have lately been going back to the gym. I've stopped eating bread.
Good man.
And I feel so much better for it. I think I've got maybe an intolerance towards bread.
Yeah, fuck bread.
The new bread, the old bread, you'd have been fine with. But what
bread is the enemy, mate. Bread is the enemy. It just fills you up. It's got no nutrients whatsoever. Fucking shit.
Yeah, and it's amazing when you actually think about how much bread you eat during the day.
Yeah,
breakfast, lunch, and and whatever. But
I
think also on the exercise side of things, your body, if you've been going to the gym, your body sort of like if you've missed it for 2 or 3 days, your body tells you. And if you can get into that routine of listening to what your body says,
not necessarily. It's the thing I'll say, to interject there, because you made a good point there. But don't think that missing the gym and not doing it for 2 or 3 days is a bad thing, because the rest is just as important as doing it. You can't overwork yourself because you won't do fuck all.
Your body changes, doesn't it? When you have like
when you have a rest, because you'll build
your body changes, for the better.
Yeah, you just got to balance. You've got to get that balance. Yeah, sorry, Rev.
Sorry, but I mean, I have not done exercise for 20 years. I haven't done a physical job for 15 years. All right,
you're going to feel it, dude.
Actively been proud of how lazy I was, which is stupid, really.
Yeah. I'm proud of you for fucking doing it, Geese. Like, fucking good for you. I know you're gonna do it because you've put pressure on yourself now by telling everyone you're gonna do it. You better fucking do it, and I'm glad you are. I believe
I said it. I have to do it now.
Yeah. And believe me,
you'll feel better.
You're gonna suffer for about 2 weeks. You said a month. It ain't gonna be about a month. It's gonna be about 2 weeks. You're gonna really feel it, especially this week. You're gonna be tired. You're gonna be sore. The lactic acid is going to build up everywhere. Just make sure you're massaging yourself enough, and just rub that shit out of you. Yeah,
be like a cricket.
Yeah. That's what I mean, bro. You're just going to be like this all the time. You're going to be moving. You're going to be
my job makes me ache. I've got to hold my hands on the steering wheel for. Is there something wrong with that ad? Fucking that thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've got to hold my hands like this on the steering wheel for like 10 hours a day, and there's no armrests, right? And the wheels up here, like, so you find yourself switching hands, but your arms ache towards the end of the week, and you're like, this is bollocks. Anyway, I'm going to get.
You're going to suffer, bro. But I'm going to fucking whatever. 100%.
Look to you, Simon. Can I just say, look to you, Simon. But I know with your job, which was, I think, all the rules and regulations with driving. Yeah, thank God they're there, because they're not. There's a lot less accidents on the road because them rules and regulations are there, but they're also ridiculous as well and hard to work out. And also, I realise how knackered you get through your job. But definitely, what I would say to you is, if your body says to you, Simon, I want a glass of water, have a glass of water. If your body says, Simon, I need to go for a walk around the block now because I've just been in the next day or something, you know, don't ignore your body, because I think everybody is guilty of that. And we have got this thing inside us that says you need a walk, you need a glass of water, you need to do whatever. And I've spent my whole life ignoring that voice. But now I'm a little bit older and wiser. And it's like, no, fuck you. I ain't got long to go, and I need to sort my shit out.
Smash it.
I am going to, do what I have to do, really, because it's all out there for you to be successful. You know what I mean? It's you know, it's all out there for you. So, gents, I'm going to get off the line because I think there's a lot more people out there that want to ring in. I just want to thank you for accepting my apology. No worries, and I think you're all great, and have a great night, and thank you.
No worries, buddy. You take it steady, all right?
Okay.
Good man.
See you, mate.
See you later, mate.
Hey, good man. Fair fucking play to him.
Yep.
Fair fucking play to him.
Generals. Fucking hell. Yeah. Fair one.
That's unusual these days. Unusual, but good for him. I fucking respect that.
You got another one?
Hey, who you got?
Hello? Hello?
You are a prick.
But consistent. Is that the best?
What the fuck? You are a prick.
Oh, brilliant. Hello?
How do?
Oh, not too bad.
It's been a while since I've rung in.
I'm a bit of a prick.
The last caller just rang in and went, "You are a prick." Put the phone down. I was like, "You're not going to go any more on that?"
What, is that it? You know, what am I, cactus?
Yeah.
How long have you been waiting to ring in to say that? And what's the point?
No, I mean, it took him this long, and then that's the best he could come up with. It's like, oh, bruv, you need a better writer. What's going on?
Could have done so much better with the red pen. Could do better.
Like he could have wound you up. He could have. Honestly, I'm gonna do it one day. I'm gonna wind you up. I'm gonna ring up some bullshit. Doing a sick voice.
Phone call in history. Yeah. Fucking brilliant.
I'm ringing in on an earlier thing. Was that my ex-missus that was texting you earlier?
No. Do you remember the I'll talk to you about it later in Discord because I can't do it here. But yeah, it's
what?
I'll just tell you later about it. I can't know.
This is juicy.
It was what I was getting from Banshee.
No, it was somebody that actually joined the Discord group and had got really, really needy and really a bit odd, and like people like, fucking hell, we've got a problem. So yeah,
you got a stalker, bro.
No, she's not particularly stalking me. It's just I think anything and everything. It's an attention thing, or she just needs some attention. So
anything.
And yet, once when she rang in, which was back during the lockdown, she was really funny caller. But I think there's many different personalities that's going on there.
Oh, what? Yeah, I got you. Harley Quinn shit.
You know what?
She's probably getting a little bit too much of that vibration.
Hang on a second. I've just had a thought. They left the number. Let's call them back. Call me back in a minute, a second. Right. Let's go to calls.
Yeah, go on. Ring this.
Recent.
What? The one that called you a prick? Oh, yeah. Go on. Yeah. Let's do it. You normally don't get to call back prank callers, do you? Yeah.
Well, they're not usually stupid enough to leave their number.
I bet he's psyching himself up in the mirror right now. So I see that Revcon. If he fucking rings me,
I give up because I want to call for a chat.
No. What's up with him?
Oh, can you elaborate more? Oh, hang on. I think it's calling back. Hello.
You're a prick.
I know.
What is that? Is that it? Come on, bro.
Oh, bless.
Yeah, Brett. Well,
Just wait a
what's
second.
your point?
Don't answer Michael's. Have we got a control freak? I'll demand to call you and call you back. I'm trying to think if I know the
Yeah,
voice.
I think that's a power thing for his little brain, isn't it? It's like
Hmm.
a little flex. It's like a little flex. I'll ring him. You don't get to ring me.
Hmm.
Oh, Brett. Yeah.
It's where you give the number out on air. He's laughing now.
Well, if his number did somehow slip into the world of the internet,
I wouldn't do that because
I wouldn't do that. It's illegal.
apparently so.
I think. I don't know. Is it?
Couldn't he have called me something better?
Yeah, like a lorry driving prick.
Fat prick would have been better.
Fat prick.
Fat, middle-aged, going grey.
Soon to be not fat prick.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
Yes.
What happened if that does happen? Can you imagine that?
Gigs, if you just suddenly come in like you've got some neck, like
Oh, beefcake. Yeah. Oh.
Swole Rev. We're gonna.
Yeah. Rev comes in all fucking carved and steroided or whatever.
Yeah. We've got Reverend Swole Sideways or something, just looking at gains. That's what we're looking at.
Reverend Rip Sideways, isn't it? Can't get through the door.
Oh, mate,
It's
that'd be so funny. Like, so funny if you just come in all swole and that.
I can't believe that I've not had a better insult. Man, come on, please. If you make an effort, give us some decent insults. Come on, you can do better than that. Oh, hello.
Do you know what? I've honestly
Hello?
put up with a lot of that. It's terrible.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, it's Greg.
No, it's not
Hello,
Greg.
Greg.
Oh, all right, you're Greg. How you doing, Greg?
I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you. I was just listening something Jimmy Dore was saying about Rachel, whatever the name is. I was thinking about this Schofield.
Oh,
the
Philip
guy that
likes them young Schofield.
Yeah, fill him up, Schofield.
Yeah, that one.
Mm.
What a bloody disgraceful. I mean, Jesus Christ, this guy just said that after 27 years being a husband, say that he's a bloody gay. I mean, I don't have anything against gay or whatever, but
You did use
lying
that
to
woman
your
for
wife
fucking
for
27 years.
27 years.
Yeah, it's bang
Yeah,
out.
and they're the cheek to call him brave. They're the cheek to call him brave. It's not brave. You're a
You just
fucking nonce.
ruined a woman's future, right? That woman wanted to, and I'll just say it, and I'll sound prejudiced, but I can give a fuck. She wanted to marry a straight man to have a long, happy married life, and hopefully have kids, grandkids, and grow old and die. Just go through the natural process and stay together till death do you part. That's kind of where I reckon she was from. However, at what point do you reckon she had her heads up about this? Because I think this has probably been a bit of a burden removed from her. Because
she must have had a suspicion.
Yeah.
She must have.
Yeah,
But-
I mean, he's always out at these parties and she ain't invited.
Probably did.
And he was out. Well, he was out with Andy Peters and up to no good with like the Pet Shop Boys and shit like that.
Ooh, Andy Peters gay? Like, he was definitely gay, wasn't he? Andy Peters.
The black guy.
Yeah.
He was fucking Stoke. Absolutely Stoke on Trent.
Yeah, he was, isn't he? He definitely was.
But you know, the thing is, then after all of this, then he came out. That's what we're calling these days.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he had much choice. I think this was coming out anyway. So I think he probably handled it, don't you?
You know where he got caught, don't you? Like, sorry to interrupt you, caller, because I've been talking over you quite a lot. I really apologise for this, but you know why Philip Schofield came out? Do you know the reason why?
Nope.
There's a geezer, right? He does these fake videos on Facebook. His name is Jack Jones, and he does these prank videos where he'll have his phone like that, and he pretends to be on another one, and he goes, "Yeah, I'm standing next to this fat prick." Blah blah blah. He does these sort of stupid videos, and most of them are people that know what he's going to do, and they sort of set it up, and it's fake as fuck. But this geezer, when he got 1 million subscribers, he was in a restaurant, and he had one of them poppers, and he got someone to film him, and he went bang, set this fucking thing off, where it went bang and sprayed all thingies everywhere. And he went, "Congratulations to me on 1 million subscribers," or whatever he said. In the background is Phillips Gayfield, and that boy that he was who had a work experience, them two sitting at a table together having dinner, and you see Schofield turn around like that. He realises he's on film, and he goes like this, and then sits there with a boy. See, got caught out.
Dirty little cads.
Yeah, you can YouTube that now, Jack Jones, Philip Schofield thing, and you'll see the video. And then it was after that he come out, you know, sitting there with Holly Willoughby, and like saying,
was that where he came out and "Oh, we love you, we support you"? To the caller,
yeah. That's what happened.
What do you make of all the people around him? They knew.
Yeah, 100%. There's no way Holly Willoughby didn't know. There's no way you're working with Holly Willoughby and not like thinking you want to have a go on that, don't you? Like, she's fucking.
I would do. Luke, just going to ask him, mate. So,
yeah, sorry, go on.
What do you make of all the people that you work with? You reckon they knew? Is he still there?
Yeah, sorry, Paul.
I was just listening to what someone else was saying, but he's absolutely right. I mean, oh, Jesus Christ, how do I start it? I mean, you know, how can you cheat your wife for 27 years, then finding out I'm sorry for the word, bumming a 15 years old boy, and then you being called as a hero by son. I mean, Jesus Christ, what the hell?
Yeah, it's not normal, is it?
Nope.
But what I say, it's not normal. It's not normal to the meat and potatoes of the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Schofield is a 9 to 5 guy. Oh.
I am probably from the different age, and I probably have to die and just ask someone to bring me back to 90s or 80s. I mean, because today is just, you know, I'm having a fight with my daughter about the gender thing. I mean, I'm trying to explain her how the things really works, but she's so indoctrinated, even though she's going to the Christian profile school, one of the best ones, and she's still not getting the idea that you know
those Christian schools
really a binary.
They have to push that shit, because otherwise they'll get taken down in schools. They're kind of trying to just cover their ass. What,
I know.
Can I give you some not sympathy, some comfort here, right? All of this shit's going to explode, right? And within the next 10 years, reality is going to be the drug of the future, right? And and what's going to happen is, as society collapses, the push that they were giving for all this gender stuff, they'll just drop all that. So all these people that have been elevated to a special level will now be dropped, and they'll be committing suicide because they're not special anymore, right?
Yeah.
It's a shame. They've been used. They were used by the system. People like your daughter and other people who have been used will come down to earth with a crash, right? And you'll have to be there to pick up the pieces. And very quickly, those people will go from far left or left to far right if you're not stopping them, all right, or right wing. And that's you have to pull them back, because they'll want revenge for being lied to, cheated, treated like an idiot, or whatever it is. That's your job then to say, don't become what you despise. All right. Yes, they've done this to you. Get organized, get clued up, understand what common sense is, learn that. That's your best fucking defense against anything. Secondly, understand the truth about things. There is what really happened, their perception and your perception, and some other shit around it, right?
Mhm.
And have a way of being able to see when somebody's coming at you with bullshit and basically be able to get away from it, right? Now, once your daughter leaves school, hopefully she might get out into the world and get a job with people who are average people, which is what you want. And then she'll have her very quickly at that age. I mean, I don't know if you remember when you were at school, I was into Austin Minis and stuff like that at school because I had one at 14 and I was into this and that. And everybody who I knew at school at that time and everything I was into then, I'm not now. And if you remember, there were people who were activists about human rights back then, or they were activists for Greenpeace, or they were activists about ban the bomb in the 70s, right? Or the 80s. These people are not doing that now. And all of the kids now that are being brainwashed and used will be dropped. Because when it gets bad, the work is done. They don't need them anymore. And they'll stop pushing all this shit. And we'll be in a whole world of pain because something's breeding at 25% of our population, and that's going to have a knock-on effect in the future. So we're going to have problems, but at that point, your daughter will be in full reality, I would imagine, along with the rest of you, and she'll realize that she was used, and you'll all be brought back together a lot closer. But the situation is, she will be very bitter because even though you hated these cunts for lying to you, you knew you were being lied to. She actively was on board because she thought she was doing the right thing.
Yeah, I know. I was seeing the video of the one guy. I can't remember his name, but he proved that Switzerland University just shown that all of those leftist guys that are actually, they're blocking the road and protesting of everything, they are kind of having a sociopathic
tendencies
agenda, because they just using that left agenda just to express their own kind of sociopathical problems, mental problems.
Do you know how many? You would believe how many people get into something, right? And they join a group, they join an organization, they join somebody with what they're going to get out of it, and they get all enthusiastic and they support the thing until they get to an elevation within that thing that they can then draw people away to their thing. I've noticed this with my thing, and many people have come in wanting to support me, and they've come in and say, for instance, they've gone to Discord or whatever, but they were wanting to be YouTubers in their own right, and they've garnered support and stuff like this, and they've gone off and done their own thing and dropped me, or we've gone our own way. But they come in wanting to see what they can gain out of it, and that's the way it is. But any of these organizations that have these people are doomed to fail because they're not set up with goodness of heart for a kickoff.
Well, I know that. I know it's just all praying of the victims. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm equally guilty because I'm constantly using my phone to pay for the bloody shopping in Lidl and so on instead of using the cash. And I know what is coming after that.
What's coming.
I'm just lazy.
You are lazy, but
I mean?
I went out today to buy a part for the car because if anybody knows the L200, and if anybody knows a common rail diesel engine, at the back of the fuel pump, they have this thing that regulates the fuel pressure. And if it isn't regulated, it'll end up tapping and rattling and fucking all sorts. Mine was shit.
Yeah.
So I bought a £25 fucking job off eBay to see if it cured it. Well, for 10 minutes it did. Anyway, I've been searching to get a decent one for not 400 quid. I found one, chucked it in today. I lost the bolt, went down under the engine, couldn't find it. 2 hours later, still looking for this bolt. I took off the sump guard, all the bolts sheared. I'm emotional now. Right, I'm covered in oil. I'm like, I'll get fucked. Anyway, I eventually found this part, plugged it back in. The thing drove like a dream, so I gave it a wash in a pot. Well, I didn't. They did. But I bought that with cash. And I said to the bloke, I said, do you take cash? He went, yes. And that was my fault. But anyway, I gave him the exact cash, and he goes, that's amazing. You get the exact cash. All right, it's nice to be able to actually pay out somebody with cash and work out the exact cash. Kids today won't have that in the future.
Yeah. That's a shocker now, isn't it?
Sad.
And a couple of years ago, it was normal. Now it's a shocker.
Here's the thing. I want to pay you, right? Because what I want to do is I want to buy something off you. I don't want to pay back on it, and I don't want you to lose money on it, right? Because fuck the government, and that's where we are, right? Unfortunately, when we all end up doing transactions through the internet, when I chuck money across to you in your account, right, they know about it.
Well, that's not even that, you know, because they can control it. You know, as soon as the CBDC, I believe, judging by the COVID restriction, most of the people will just accept, and then, you know, I mean, I've seen so many videos about how many red meat have you had, how many times you've been flying, how many times you tank your car, and all of that. That's really bad against your carbon footprint and all those shit. And this is the way they're going to be controlled. That's the thing.
Basically, I mean, feeling bad about eating meat, fuck that. I think he's having a debate there, so I've muted him for a minute because you don't need to hear that. Right. I'm just looking through the comments, and there's something going on in the comments there. But yeah, fuck everything. Do you, be you, do what you do. And it's funny because everything goes around and comes back round to where it was. I mean, if you look at it, in the 80s, the 60s became fashionable again. 70s became fashionable in the 90s. Are you with us? I'm going to mute you for a minute, mate.
Mate, one thing I want to say, just don't stop doing what you're doing. Because you just said in the one video, asking if you should doing what you're doing. Mate, don't stop. Maybe I join you.
I should get you around the table one day. Come sit with me and him and have a drink.
I'm down with that.
No. I'm just a little man. I'm not one of those people.
I got a second.
Maybe
when you say I'm just a little man, right? I was just had 3 or 4 followers doing, and I just said what I thought. That was all. Just said what I thought.
Yeah, I know. But it's not bad. I need to take care of them, you know. Because if I open myself really, then I'd probably be called Hitler or something like that.
I know. God forbid you'll be brave and speak your mind and do what men should do. There's nothing wrong with it, mate. Trust me. And the thing is, there's a sense of freedom that comes with that. Once you fucking do open your mouth and say, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to say what I fucking think and fuck everyone else. There's nothing anyone can ever do to you. But I've been followed
in my country to get in here, but it turns out it's just a fucking bollocks. You can't say whatever you want to say, even though you have a Hyde Park. Even there, you can't say what you want.
You can.
Well, it depends if you're wearing
Here's the thing. That's the perception people have. They think you can't say what you like, and it's like you can. They just try and shut you up, but you can still say what the fuck you want.
Also, you can say it without saying it. There's so much I say without saying it, and everybody knows exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm talking about a certain a group of people, I've changed their names. But you've only got to go through a few tenuous connections to realize who I'm talking about.
Yeah. And not only that, you just don't go on the thing and say N-word this, K-word that, and da-da-da, and be blatantly, asking for it.
Just asking for trouble.
Yeah, it's like, don't do that. But I've always said what I want. I've never had a knock at the door from the police. They banned me on YouTube for a little while, or kicked me off Facebook.
They're going after people on YouTube at the moment, big time.
Yeah, I know. But it was good. Elon Musk firing a load of people yesterday.
Did he?
Oh, really?
Yeah. You know that? What is a woman? film done by Matt Walsh, Daily Wire.
I haven't seen it, but was it good?
It's worth a watch. Yeah, it's worth a watch. Go on Telegram, just type in "What is a woman," and you can watch it. It comes up. And then you
What is ancient European man? And all I got up was black people. I'm like, hey, what's that about?
Yeah, no. Go on. I'll chuck you a link. Right, watch the film. It's a good film. This, that, and the other. And I know that there's people out there. He works for Ben Shapiro. He works for the, you know.
But even if Ben Shapiro is a gatekeeper, if he's teaching people that knew nothing something, then that's better than nothing at all.
Well, you agree with me, but there's people out there that accuse me of being a, you know, this, that, and the other because
when you're dripping with autism, right, and you're not literally saying whatever it is that person wants you to say, then they think you're a gatekeeper because they don't understand social constructs.
It does drive me mad. It's like, for fuck's sake, will you just settle down a bit? As if I'm fucking, you know, because I read Jordan Peterson's book that I'm working for the Jews. You know, or whatever it is.
Are you employed by the UN to fucking do word salad?
I know, it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, can't I just watch someone or listen to someone without believing everything they say and being like a fucking tunnel vision fool?
I'll ask you a question, Jude. Why do I call you Jude? He makes Jude, right? If I get you to look through a load of left-wing propaganda, does that make you lefty, or does that make you getting clued up on what you're dealing with?
Exactly. Is that know thy enemy, or is that fucking be thy enemy? You know, for fuck's sake, can I just not, you know, read a Karl Marx book without actually believing in everything? You know,
what's the interesting thing about Marx, right? Smelly failed Jewish preacher. What do they call those people? The people that teach in the Jewish religion. I can't remember what they call.
Rabbis.
Yeah, that was it. He's a failed rabbi, and he's a man that pushed something, though never had a job himself, and was sponsored by big people, right? So he's a man that took handouts, who hated the rich, who was funded by the rich, who failed at everything, including personal hygiene, who told an entire generation how they should be, and when people followed him, millions upon millions upon millions died.
Yep. I mean,
interesting.
It's a fucking it's a successful flawed system.
Well, it's successful at doing what it's meant to do.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like
population reduction and misery control.
Fucking great. It works.
It's fucking absolutely skillful.
It's like the economic fly killer.
It's like asking Nick Leeson for financial ideas of how to fucking structure your bank accounts and where to put your money. It's not going to work. It's like asking Harold Shipman, should I take that jab?
Yeah, that's what it is. And it's like, yeah, here's a can of suicide.
Asking, like,
enjoy.
McCann's about, what do you reckon about the best way to look after your kid?
Anyway.
Ha ha!
Gee.
Well, still the best at fucking hide and seek.
Almost solved, by the way. Almost solved. They've got him.
Mate, that kid was devastating.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They've got the fella. They've got him.
But tell me why was
literally digging up stuff
in
now.
Car. Tell me why. I mean, they already said that her DNA was in the boot of that car. Something odd.
He's gone. Yeah, they got you, bitch.
No, I'm still here.
No.
No, not you. Yeah.
No, he was talking about the McCanns.
Sorry, brother. Not you.
So,
you know.
So, yet again, we've done an incredibly good job of fucking talking over you, boss. I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
I need to work out a way of getting people to video call me. Right now, they won't be on the live stream.
Well, I was trying to add you to my Discord, but somehow I can't.
Right, well, that's simple.
I'm adding you the what is it, hash number, whatever that is, and it's still saying I can't. So I don't know why.
Right. Send me a link to your Discord right now.
Yeah.
You could do it through this number, and because I usually don't see everything that's kept through it. But if you sent it now, I'm hoping. Right, I don't know how you do it. Would it be a text or something? I'll come and join you. Are you in my Discord?
No, I'm trying to be.
Right, caller.
Second,
I'm gonna paste. No, I'm not. Let's try doing that then. Oh, for God's sake. Somebody paste the link on with Discord, would you? Oh, fucking
How do I do it?
Right.
How do I do it?
Right, what I'm gonna do, what I'm doing now, he says, I obviously closed down Discord because I'm a fucking lettuce. Right. I can't get on Discord, somebody's saying. It's very simple. So put that over there.
Yeah, Discord does funny old thing. I didn't even realise I had a
Chat
Discord.
a load of us, if you liked. It's just that like that. Right, so I'm going to put a link into general chat. Right there. If you want to go over there later on and have a chat with me, call me a con. What was it? What was it you called me? I was expecting more, but
Prick.
Prick. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll never forget.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Now
Send.
click on that link. I was expecting more. I was a bit just, you know.
It is a little bit like
Join
yeah,
the herd of the
yeah.
priest.
I want something jarring, you know, like
Well, I want to be called
fucking
something.
hurt me feelings, mate.
When
Not,
look, when I
not all
click,
much
when I
believe
click,
in it.
Right, Timmy joined earlier on. Why
What,
can't?
Timmy Robinson?
Yeah.
I know him. Yeah, he used to jump on my my live streams all the time. Timmy Robinson, he's cool.
So, are you having problems getting on my Discord?
yeah, currently I do, but somehow now Discord asked me to log on again, even though I'm logged in. So it's all right. You know what? I'm just going out and then try to scan this Discord QR code, and then I will join you.
Yeah,
all
yeah,
right?
no worries. If you get any problem, just send me the link to your Discord in here somewhere.
Okay, no problem. Okay, cheers, mate.
Okay, buddy, you take steady, all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, take care.
See you in a bit. Bye.
Oh, bro. That shit drives me mad. My Tesco Club card does that to me. Signs me out and then makes me go through all this fucking rigmarole to sign back in.
You're not clearing your search history. All of a sudden, I can't get on.
It drives me insane. It just, I go to use my club card and they fucking sign me out.
Yeah, I thought Paz was coming on. He did say he was like looking at getting on. I did send him a link, but oh, that's the guy that likes me again.
Is that Prick? Yeah.
Hello.
Where is he? What did he say? Fuck my ass.
No, he didn't get anything out because I said hello, sweet pea, and I fucked him up. Oh
No,
man!
he said fuck my ass, didn't he? I heard it.
Oh, he's back again. He's going to get it out. Form a sentence properly. Come on. He's listening to us. Hello.
All right, calm down.
Right, come on, Em. Right, you've got to speak when you're on a phone.
We're calm, mate. We're calm.
Very calm.
What's up? What's up here?
But what we're listening to is us in the background, so it would be easier if you
turn that down, mate, please. Please, Bose.
1 second.
I think this might be a different call because usually I've been insulted by now.
Yeah, see him, innit?
I don't know.
Go on. What's up?
Hello, mate.
I don't think it is. I think the other one's 600, but I could be wrong. Mm-hmm.
Call up.
No, it is him. Right.
Call
Hello.
up. What's that?
Right.
Hello.
You're my biggest fan, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd make a lovely wife.
You would. It's very sweet. Yeah. All those lovely compliments you get when you come home.
You'd make a lovely wife, Raymond. I bet your name's Raymond.
Don't take it too personal.
I certainly don't.
Seems like you're getting wound up.
No, you got to work a bit harder than that, love. Good God. I mean, I was expecting a more rounded insult, but obviously, I'm probably asking a bit much.
Make an effort, sir.
What was exactly he said when he rang in for? I can't even remember it. Was it knob or a wanker or something. Was that what it was saying?
Well, I think I called you a prick, but
Oh
I
right,
wouldn't,
yeah.
I wouldn't get too offended by a prick. You're not from like a woke society, are you?
No, that was the point we made, that it wasn't that good. You know, you
Yeah,
got to try
no, we
to
were hoping you were going to call me something a lot better than that, really.
Yeah.
But
Well, I'm not.
it was
I'm
an
not here to
opening
offend you,
comment,
like
I suppose.
said, so yeah,
But you like me because you wouldn't have
calling
called back.
a prick is not going to offend you, is it?
No, but you do
No,
like-
but
you do
that's the
like me, I know
point.
you do, because you called back.
Yeah, fair enough. But like me calling you a prick is not. It's not really offending you.
We're not offended, mate. But what we're saying is that if you'd actually put some effort in, you could have offended him. You know, we even gave you some examples. You know?
It didn't reach
Well,
banter,
I wasn't
right?
looking to put any effort in. Like I'm
No,
not,
Yeah, but you're looking to apologise for it and sort of accuse us of being a bit snowflakey, but we're not. We're like saying to you,
It wasn't offensive and it wasn't banter. It just sort of really failed, didn't it? You know, at the
yeah,
bar,
just
bounced
yeah.
off.
Well, if I have offended anyone, I apologise.
no, we're saying you didn't. We're saying you didn't.
Oh,
I haven't had enough to drink for this
fair
conversation,
enough.
but let's crack on anyway.
Yeah.
So, did
We're
you
trying
want
to help you.
Like I said, I apologise then.
Okay, but is there anything you wanna
You're
talk about?
apologising for not offending us.
Can I ask you a genuine question?
Go on.
Has alcohol been consumed tonight?
No, I've not. I've not in nearly 2 years.
That's an accusation and a half, Rev.
It was a question, not an accusation.
Oh, fair
You
enough.
won't be touches anyway.
No, fair enough. So, no alcohol has been consumed. Anything other than that at all?
No.
All right. So this is you in your genuine, normal, wake up in the morning state.
No, so I'm going to work in about 5 hours.
You're up early.
Who says that? About 5 hours? About half hour, you might realise you're going to work.
Well,
Wait,
unless
unless, sort of
it's
5
insomnia
hours.
is a thing, isn't it? Right? I mean, insomnia, depending on what side of the clock
Weird.
is a thing. But yeah, so you were bored then, really, weren't you?
I'm going to work in about 5 hours. Who says that? Well, most of us are asleep.
Well, yeah. I mean, to be honest, even if 5 hours, that's like
Hang on, Rev. Well, I'm going to work in about 6 hours.
maybe it takes a long time to come round. I don't know, 4 coffees, read the paper.
I had some time to kill, I'm going to work in about 5 hours.
I would have not one out myself, but anyway. So other than that,
I thought he was about to be decent, but it seems like he's trying to have fun with me.
No.
But
Banter-
I'm not from a woke society, so
Yeah. Here's the thing:
I'm
when
not
you
gonna
do
be offended
banter,
like you,
right? Like me and him can do banter amongst each other, but we can't banter with you because you don't understand banter. You were that guy that rang in the other day, weren't you? That got pretty much annihilated on your views, aren't you?
Rev, I only rang you up because I'm going to work in it.
There you go. Definite silence. That tells me everything I need. Yeah, you're the one that rang in, and then even though I was absolutely bollocks, put your points across, and you were woke, and it didn't work very well, and you didn't look very good.
No, it wasn't. I've never rung your channel. So,
Okay.
Rev, you're wrong.
All right, no worries. I'll have a quick look back through last week. We'll find out, won't we?
Yeah, go on.
Oh, dear. I'm
Very
going
bold.
to work in about 5 hours.
Something that you're wrong with, but usually right, aren't you? So.
No, that was a passive aggressive.
Yeah, he hasn't quite grasped sarcasm properly, has he?
No.
You can't ring up and be sarky with someone that you're the one prank calling. Doesn't really work. But I'll give you a call. So I'm going to work in about 5 hours.
Surely.
Say again. So, hang on. No, I did see it then.
Worst troll ever. But highly amusing. Highly amusing.
I don't think it's a troll. I just think it's somebody that's just is not hasn't picked up its flow yet. So,
Oh, is this
Okay, I worked about 5 hours. Oh, that wireless tingle, mate. I've got to say, mate, you've made me laugh more than I've laughed all week.
So no. Have you noticed how the rest of the callers we've not done that to? There was some.
Oh,
there was
why are you doing
something
it
that. Well,
Oh, dear.
it call me old fashioned, right? Most of the callers don't greet me by
Call
calling me.
you old fashioned. So
Yeah.
someone that's on medication for mental illness, but then you're sort of insulting other people. It's
Right.
ritual, isn't
So,
it?
did you just say I'm on
What
medication,
mental
or am I on
illness
medication, or are
have
you on
got, Rev?
medication?
Because you're on medication, aren't you?
No. So,
For mental illness.
no.
You are.
Are you suggesting that you're
Yes,
on
you are.
medication or I'm on medication?
But you see, I know you are.
No, you don't.
But I do.
Okay.
You're on medication for mental illness, aren't you, Rev?
Is this what you think?
Oh, I think I know. So do you want to tell your viewers anymore?
Yeah. I'd love you to. Come on, tell me all
So
about it.
go on. So before you
No, this
just
is what
remember,
you're
I know
doing a
lot
straw man
more
now.
about
Give me
you
some
than you
facts,
think.
Sweet Pea. So you call it.
So go on.
No. We're going back to what you've just said, right?
If we're
You
gonna
said,
be
"Is this
personal,
how
so
you?"
let's,
This is. No, you just said this is how you
let's
pick on
talk
your people
about-
with mental health.
So
you're the one with mental health, are you?
You've
Yeah,
got
this is what I
mental
thought, right? So
health
when I
problems
took the
yourself,
piss
but
out of you,
you're
Oh,
right?
definitely is.
And you called me. What does he call me again? I can't remember. Right. Anyway, he called me a wanker or something like that, right? So you do this a few
So
times, right?
you're,
And then you wonder why
you're an
somebody takes the
advocate
piss out of
for
you.
mental health.
When you say I'm an advocate for mental
For
health,
mental health.
think about
and
what you're saying now.
Videos. Oh,
No.
You're gonna let me
Think
speak?
about what you're saying.
No.
Now, when you
No,
say
you're not going to let me speak, are you?
well, we'll give you a
So
second in a
you're
minute
advocates
because what you
for
want to do is you want to
mental
push a straw man, or you're going to try and gaslight it, right? Which is a standard trope, right? But when you say I'm an advocate for mental health, I'm not an advocate for people being unwell. So everybody, you would hope that their mental health was good, and if not, try and improve it, right? So you're trying to say that I'm on medication and that you know this, right? How do you know this, boy? Well, you don't. What you're trying to do is project, as they generally do, right? But you've not done a very good job of it. Right? All you've done is made yourself look like a typical weak-willed, poor debating,
Yeah, but are you
left-wing
not,
tool.
Rev?
No, I'm not.
But are you not?
And how long have I not been on it for? Come on, because you've been watching my videos. You should know by
I've just
now.
asked you, are you not?
No, I'm not.
No, he's not.
You're an advocate for mental health.
Right. No, we're
but
going around in circles now. We've answered your question already on that, so try again.
You're an advocate for mental health, but you're literally coming on here and sort of abusing someone that's rang you.
Right. Am I abusing somebody with mental health problems?
Well, you're.
Am I abusing
sort of
somebody?
Hang on, no. There's a difference between abuse and giving someone a bit of shit back because you rung up and called him a prick.
Yeah, I quite enjoy
Twice.
this. At the moment, morally speaking, you're pretty.
Yeah, like you've got no right to fucking come back at someone for defending himself.
So your
essentially.
defense is I'm being mean to somebody with mental health. That's pretty much what I'm getting here.
Yeah.
So what is your mental health problem then, mate?
I haven't got one.
Well, then I'm not picking on somebody with mental health problems, then, am I?
Yeah, but
Which one is it? Which one is it? Have you got
advocate for
mental health problems?
but
And am I
you're
picking on
sort of-
somebody with mental health problems, or am I picking on somebody who doesn't have mental health problems?
Unfortunately, you've misunderstood the point, haven't you?
No. I've understood the point, and so is everybody.
No.
You're not very good
So
at
what
this,
was
are
the,
you?
what, if
You
you
should try
if
better.
you've understood the point, what was the point?
What you were trying to say is that I pick on
Well,
people
what
with
was
mental
that?
health problems. So you're not denying what you said. We could play it back.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, to do it.
Come, son. Look, say what you got to say, quick.
Well,
what's your point?
You haven't done very well here, have you?
No.
Well, the point was that you've asked me to ring.
No. I haven't asked you particularly
about
to
an hour
ring.
before. What was that?
No, I put a number out there. It was your choice to ring.
You know, but you contacted me before the stream started to ring you to speak about this.
No.
Yes, you did.
Now I know you're suffering from mental health problems. Shall we have a look at? No, we'll do this, right? No, we'll do this.
That is very strange.
We will show. Hang on. We'll show your number, right? You don't mind that, do you?
Whoa! Be careful.
No. You want me to show that I called you? The only way I can do it is by showing your number.
Are you going to show? Oh, really? Oh, okay then.
Right, hang on. So 29.
Are you really going to go down that route?
Yeah, no, dude. Did he call you before the show or not?
Did I call you or not? Because I can prove it, but unfortunately,
then you're asking him to prove it.
Did I call you? Did I call you or not first?
I do not give you permission to broadcast my number.
Did he call you or not?
Did I call you or not?
I do not give you.
I don't care what you fucking
call you or not. Because then he has a right to prove that he didn't.
I do not give you this permission to broadcast.
Says it all.
And right, here's his number, everyone. 28th. That was the last call before today.
Yeah.
Actually, I can do this another way. Right, 1 minute. How do I do this?
Is he hung up?
Yeah, he just hung up.
He's a wanker. What's he talking about? Saying that you called him beforehand.
Yeah,
well,
he's absolutely shitting himself that I was going to dox him. As if I was actually going to fucking show his number because he's got everybody else's number there, you fucking thick cunt.
He proved it when we asked him. Listen, did he call you or not? I do not give you.
So that was a lefty. And that's not a lefty, by the way. That's somebody else. Anyway. Hello.
Hello. How you doing, lads? All right.
Living the dream,
mate. What's going on?
Debate. I wanted to ask you something. I was just going to say, I've been watching the news for about 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
You still there?
Yeah, we're listening.
And I didn't know about him. And there's a fella called Andrew Tate.
Right.
And I was watching Joe Rogan.
Mm-hmm.
And he mentioned him. And I was just watching on YouTube. I always watch YouTube. And I was watching this Joe Rogan, and he said something about Andrew Tate. So I thought it was like a reporter. So after Joe Rogan, I typed in Andrew Tate. And I brought this guy up, this young lad. He's young to me anyway. And he's a bit of he used to be an ex-fighter. And he does these podcasts or something. And I didn't really pay much attention. And to me, it seems like a bit of just like a wide boy, like a boy racer. He's got like flash cars and all this, and all these women hanging around him, and he's does this like course or something, and how to improve your life and how to become a better man and all this. And it wasn't really that interesting, as well. And but the next thing, it's all over the BBC, and I don't understand what the witch hunt is with him. He hasn't really said anything that's really derogatory, and they're making him out to be this psycho rapist misogynist. And
he is probably one of the worst ambassadors for fucking gentlemen. However, he does have a lot of points that are right, but he goes out of his way to be very shocking and bombastic. And he makes money out of selling his information. Now, in fairness, a lot of his advice will not work for weak men. It just won't work, right? Because naturally speaking, a woman is attracted. The average woman, whether she likes it or not, is attracted to an alpha male. But if you're not an alpha male, trying to make yourself an alpha male is kind of hard. But anyway, he is. He's one of these people that was great to be used by the media as a bad guy. But I think he's fucked at the moment. But he turned Muslim, which then gave me the fear, because why would a bloke who was in his position, who apparently everything was going all right for, turn Muslim? And then I was like, yeah. But he's one of these that he doesn't appreciate a woman properly. a good woman.
Yeah. I've got to say, I saw a video of him.
Can I leave you with
abusing
it for a second, Luke? I'm just got other gypsies a sec.
Yeah, go on, son. I've got you. I like Andrew Tate for a lot of what he says, because I promote, fitness, and the fact that keeping yourself fit will help your mind. I genuinely believe that for any man in this world, you should be taking care of yourself. You should be working out at least 3 times a week, even for half hour a day, 3 times a week is more than enough. Intense exercise to get yourself to a good level and look after yourself, and just put it in where you can. If you don't have half hour a day, then do 20 minutes a day. Don't matter. I agree with those kind of messages. I'm with him on that, and I'm with him that being an alpha and being a male and being macho and all that is good for you. It is, because you should be, as a man. You shouldn't be a minge. You shouldn't, you should look after your woman and be physically able to protect her and all that. But where I draw the line is, I saw a video of him and he was abusing a woman, and he was filming himself, and this woman was hiding behind a toilet door or bathroom door, whatever you want to call it. And he was telling her to come out so that he could punish her and stuff like that. And he was like, that shit just don't fly with me. If that was my daughter, I'd stick a shotgun in his mouth, because obviously I can't beat him in a fight. But he's, he has his good points, and then he does shit like that, and it's like, the fuck, bruv. Fuck that.
Yeah. It's not that I agree with him or disagree with him. I mean, for me personally, he's just someone who was an kickboxer or something. And
really good kickboxer as well. Like, genuinely, he can have it. Like, he'd fuck me up. Like, I know he would. Like, if me and him stood there toe to toe, he'd bash the granny out of me. There's no question about it. But,
Yep. My point being is, I mean,
he's not always right.
He's not really that significant, but it's.
He's very.
I mean,
he's very big at the minute. Unless you've been living under a rock.
He's got a weak looking head. That's what it is. He's got a very insignificant looking face. He's not what I personify as the masculine jaw and everything else on it and all the rest of it. However, if he can't have a row and he can't,
mate, he can have a row. He can fuck me up.
Then he's significant. He just doesn't look it, and he doesn't carry himself off as the straightest guy in the world for some strange reason. He's surrounded by all that pussy, and sometimes you look at him as a bit. Have you seen the way he treats women? I don't know if you heard what I said while you were having a piss, but did you see that video of him trying to get the woman out the bathroom door, and fucking filming it and saying, "Come out here now, because I'm going to beat you." No, it's pretty bad.
I haven't seen that one though.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Like, I can see why people come after him a bit. It's like, normally I don't agree with lefties and that. I'm like, fucking these idiots. They're accusing someone of doing nothing. But that video did make me think.
But he's also made right wing look a cunt. And there's so many of these people that come out plastic right wing. Right, they pretend to be right wing and they get the limelight and all the rest of it, and they're allowed to run like fuck, and all they look like is fucking animals.
Yeah, but my point is, it's not really him as a person. I mean, he is what I classify as a boy racer and a wannabe bloody pop star, And he runs around. He says, "Look at me cars. I've got these big flash cars. I'm smoking cigars. And I've got dozens of these birds hanging around me all the time."
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
And that's okay. But now the BBC on all the press,
cigar and all that,
they're saying, "Oh, he's disgusting. He's got one of these flash Ferraris. Oh, he's disgusting." And the BBC are really tearing into him when when they're on at war with freaking Russia. Of all the important things to be worried about.
Yeah.
They're worried about this bloody soft lad in bloody Romania. I don't understand it. I don't know why they hammer him all the time.
Distraction.
And then
it's purely look at this hand while the other one punches you.
Yeah.
I'm just confused by it, because he's insignificant.
Just
But
remember
every
this:
time
if
I
it
switch on
smells
the
odd,
bloody BBC, he's there.
if it smells odd, looks odd, or sounds odd, chances are it's probably odd. And if
It's
it
probably
doesn't,
bullshit.
then it's there to fucking confuse you.
Well, yeah.
Here's the thing, right?
Anyhow.
I'm looking at
But
GB News at the moment. They've
was-
got 227 people watching, right? We have on one channel 12, another one 36, another one 3, and on the other one 288. So we're doing better than GB News. Chisel.
Is it?
Yeah.
You're shooting me, my son.
Green
You're
share
shooting me.
here, right? Here we go. Right. I think it's that YouTube. I think it is. Yeah. Share that. Right. 288, right?
Okay. Yeah.
12.
All right,
30
lads.
All right, mate.
That's me great. That's me great for this evening.
No worries,
I
mate.
feel better now. I'll have a good night's sleep tonight.
All right, mate. You stay steady. I'll see you in a bit.
All right,
Bye
ta-ra.
bye.
Is that how you do that?
What?
Oh, James Whale. I know James Whale.
Right. So, where are we? Right.
Yeah, see that James Whale? He was at our gig years ago. My band's gig, James Whale. We met him.
Where am I looking at James Well to?
Up again. If you scroll up a bit, like
Well-
where you was up. Look, James Whale. Yeah, Unleashed.
Oh, him.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
yeah.
a nasty piece of work. So he's got 204 watching. They got 227
Yeah,
watching.
you're beating him.
Yeah,
I remember James Well. My brother was fucking sitting there having a chat with him. I didn't know the fuck he was. But yeah, he was at our gig.
Well, we've got 288 watching, so we're
There you
doing
go.
I don't understand. I think the numbers are all fucked up, but whatever.
Well,
Hard
that's sick though.
Part, years ago.
280 odd people watching your fucking stream. That's
Well, actually,
that's
all
sick.
in total, we got 328 watching, and they've got 227 and 204. So
That's sick, bruv. Like seriously, that is impressive. Especially for a Saturday night as well. That's when everyone goes out, has a drink.
nobody knows when we're going to be doing it because it's not always. But they'd rather watch two mushes talk about stuff that they can actually relate to than a couple of fucking ponces talk shit.
That's I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's actually quite sick. 200 odd people. Well, 300 something people. Cheers, people. Nice one.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
I'm in. All right. There we go. Hang on a bit. What we got? Sit on the net. There you go. Thank you very much. Have a shrizzle on me. Symes. Great show, lads. Thank you very
Fucking
much.
hell. Look at that.
Look at it. It's
You know
lovely.
what?
Well, and they like you coming on as well. They like that guy that I drove with the other day, which I'm going to try and get on.
Mm.
Um,
Oh yeah, I appreciate it. Listen. Anyone here that appreciates me, Carter, thanks. Like, you know what I mean? Because seriously, like, it's an honour for me jumping on here. And then when you invited me to your house, it's like, what? Me? Fucking hell, mate. Like,
and to anybody
just do
else,
silly videos, mate. Sweet.
he's
Thank you.
seen that I live in a very, very, very standard flat. Like this shit's.
No, believe me,
Correct.
people.
It's very, very-
I come round there. He's got a butler. He's got a rollie on the fucking drive. He's whatever he tells you, it's bollocks.
Yeah.
Because
my
trust me.
butler goes out and gets me fish and chips.
Yeah.
I'm
He
doing-
thought I was just some fucking carpet salesman. He was shouting out, "Hey, hello, it's us, release that now."
Tradesman's entrance for you, sir.
He was going to set the dogs on me.
Get up, missed it, win. Right, hang on. I'm having a look at that thing. Yeah, no, serious. Oh god, server settings. Just having a look. There we go. I'm just trying to go through and see what is and what isn't.
You ain't done bad for a lorry driver, though, bruv.
Just say what you think, innit?
I'm telling you.
Try
You know
again.
what I mean? He's got he's got the followers. He's got
All
the
I want to hear,
YouTube.
right?
It's good.
I mean, this is why EastEnders used to do all right, because it seemed like real life TV, and people could look at it and feel better about themselves. When I come on and talk about the fucking shit I've got myself into time and time again, people go, "Yeah, I don't feel so bad." Right, this is a normal caller, I think.
Yeah, all right.
Hello.
Hi, again.
Ah, it's you again. How are you doing?
All right.
You're
yeah,
disturbingly sober for a fucking Saturday night. What's the matter with you?
I am disturbingly sober. I found out why my fucking skin's falling off.
Oh,
Alcohol.
is it?
Oh my god.
Is
It ain't so.
Well, I suppose, yeah. Obviously, I'd say it was a no-brainer, but it's not really. But
What
alcohol.
do you mean skin's falling? What is your leper?
Nah, he's got real bad psoriasis, and he went on holiday to try and cure it. And it
Yeah, I think my fucking dog's got that.
Yeah, alcohol is bad for every organ, and the organ, the biggest one, is your skin, isn't it? I suppose.
Well, it's attacking me liver, which then goes on to attack, make me flake. I have been off wine for 3 days.
And how are you feeling?
I've got skin that stays where it's fucking put.
Right. So this leads on to a future question. If you can't drink and you do like to have a release, what are you going to do?
Mushrooms.
I mean, I've got to be honest. My skin goes down when I have a beer, but I need something to have a chill.
Well, I've got a whole out at the moment, so I've fucking got to deal with
Yeah,
that.
that'll keep you fucking busy. Is it? Have you pulled it out of the water yet or not?
Yeah, he wants to. You want
through being blacked.
So
and that's not a racial term.
No. You black the boat up at least between 2 and 5 years if you're in the water. And so where's the hole?
I bought it off. You do it
He's
when
got
it
a long
was
boat.
in 1979 and
Right.
never ever fucking since.
It's a narrow boat, but so where's the hole?
It's on the join between the side and the bottom.
Oh, right.
On base
But you
plate.
can fill it up with well, can't you?
Yeah, it's just a stick weld for that one. The anodes.
What the sacrificial anodes you should have on it.
Yeah, it should have four.
Right. Okay. So we should explain this, I suppose.
It had
Right.
0.
What happens is there are things in the water that are attracted to metal and eat away at it, right? And what they've done on many ships, especially more modern vessels, they stick sacrificial anodes. These are lumps of metal that are more attractive than the rest of the boat. They stick them to the side of the boat, so all these nasties go to that and attack that, and you replace that as opposed to them eating into your boat. That right?
Yes.
I
also
right
found
there.
out my boat is 1979.
Is it? So what would that be? W Reg. VW Reg.
Yeah, 1979. When it came out, they had the place where the anodes should have been. They left it a long time ago.
Hang on.
How the fuck do you know that?
Steve Arnold, are you surprised that I know about anodes?
Yeah, I am. How the fuck do you know that?
I know lots about lots.
Yeah. How the fuck do you know that?
Is it a T-Reg? All right. Hang on. What part of 78 or 79 did you say it was? 79.
79.
Yeah, what part of 79 was it?
Early. In fact,
You could be right. Could be a T-Reg. I don't know.
I only think it was put in the water in 79. Now, I've been going through the backstory of it. I think it was a working boat that's been cut down to be then sold as a personal boat.
So what was it? A coal shift or a bulk mover or something like that?
Yeah, if you look at 17 in the 70s, that's when the motorways started getting built. So I think
Actually,
it was
if
quite a
you
lot
want
of
some
boats.
real history, right? So the canals were working really well, as was the railway. Cheaper way to get your stuff was via canal, right? Than it was the railway. Railway had to go through, your stuff had to go through shunting yards and be reconnected to numerous trains, so you could be sat in yards for up to 2 weeks waiting for your carriage, your whatever, which could be up to 6 foot between two axles. I know this part. Anyway, it could be shifted around through numerous ones and take a while to get to you, right? Buy a truck back then, too expensive, didn't have motorways, rah, rah, rah. However, what finished the canals about the competitors, what they were trying to compete with the trucks, which were getting more efficient and more reliable. We had one of the worst winters ever in end of 62 or early part of 63. 3 months those canals were frozen solid for, and you couldn't get a boat shifted. And that was what pretty much finished them up.
That and building of motorways, because once we went off the cobbles is what stopped most of. I mean, that's why you've got so much around the potteries in Stoke-on-Trent. The main reason for the narrowboats was to move China.
Yeah, smoothly and efficiently without breaking the fucking stuff.
Yeah, it's just so it got there more or less intact.
So I watched something yesterday where they stuck an old ERF, very early one. They jacked it up, and it was only a 2-axle job, right? And they put this bone china on rubbers either side of it, and then put the truck back down on it, and it held it up. So they were saying bone china was strong, even though it looked fine. But yeah, I would suggest that if the not the railways, the waterways hadn't frozen up, then they'd have had a slower decline. But wasn't it 59 to about like 70 was our major motorway building thing, and it was at the same time 63 that Ernest Marples was finishing up the railways.
Yeah, what's his bloody face? Yeah, and you actually touched that before.
Yeah,
with his mate or his missus being involved with the motorways.
Ernest Marples had it was like the equivalent of Lang Bailey. He had shares in something like that were going to be building the motorways, and he was also the one that appointed Beeching to do the axes. And then Beeching, actually, they've regretted it ever since, and they realised that it was literally wrong. I mean, look at what countries now fund their railway. I mean, Germany, China, all these places.
Japan, yeah,
they all have better railways because we pay for it. I have to say, if there's a railway, or was a railway, probably about, I don't know, 200 meters that way, right? Closed in 63, closed in 68 to freight. If that was still open and it was under the old rules, we would still be running trains up there at a loss, or maybe not nowadays. But these places would be more useful for commuting to London, not London, London, Bristol, wherever. And we could run freight up and down it rather than run it all up and down the motorways and fuck the motorways, because as our trucks get heavier, we do more damage. You've seen it yourself. Those tram lines are fucking awful.
Yeah, awful.
Yeah, mind you saying that.
I was watching Redacted the other day.
Yes.
And it seems that a few of our Javelin missiles that we've been sending out to the Ukraine have turned up in Colombia.
Yeah, that's awkward.
Mm.
Like Sam 7 missiles that they sold.
What are they planning over there?
The cartels. They seem to have a little bit of a look at our new toy type thing.
Well, do you remember when the IRA got hold of Sam 7s to bring down the British helicopters to stop them spying on the IRA border movements?
Mm.
Yeah. Well, who sold the Sam 7s, and who did they go via to get to? I mean, Libya were the ones that sold it to.
Or Korea or something like that.
Sam stands for surface-to-air missiles. I don't actually know who developed them, but why is it I want to be thinking that it probably was one of us in the
Of course it was.
And it was the Africans. Was it the Africans that sold their weapons to the loyalists? Interesting.
And now the loyalists are selling them back to the Africans.
You might need these. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mental times. Anyway, what time is it? It's 10 almost.
It's coming up 11:45.
Fuck me, that's ridiculous. Right. I had
it 5 hours the other day.
Yeah, I had intended to drink less, but I mean, how are we doing, people? Do we want to wrap this up, or are you still happy to keep going? I know that Luke's fucking tired now, but he's all right.
Well, I'm actually awake and sober.
Well, you're fucking sober. Maybe we should fuck off down the pub and leave you to run this shit. It'll work.
You're going for last orders,
right?
I'm good as well.
If you want to go to bed now and turn this off, press 1. If you want to carry on, press 2. We'll see.
You know, it's going to be a load of ones.
Well, if it's 1, so I've turned it around the other way, because 1 means go to bed, 2 means stay on. Just pour another pint. All right, loafer. You have to be
there you go. There you go.
All right. All the rest
Right,
of
well,
it.
I'm going to get up and let somebody more
Oh,
interested
that's
than
great.
me.
That's
ring
great.
in.
Yeah, fucking stitch me up and then fuck off. Well done.
I'll speak to you tomorrow, guys.
All
In
right.
fact, I'll probably speak to you on Discord later because I'm still sober and awake.
Yeah, no worries. Well, I'll catch you in a bit.
Let's do it, my son.
Somebody that's more interested than me, ring in, please, for the love of God.
See you in a bit, all right?
Bye.
Very interesting guy when he's sober. When he's pissed, the speech.
Mm.
Laffy, indeed. Right. Well, Gordon's going to bed. Everybody else, yes, except KP Nuts, he said 11. Very difficult. Yes. Another caller. Oh, 12 o'clock at night. Hello. Oh, that was him again.
Oh, is that the weirdo again?
Yeah.
What's happening, son? You come back.
He ran out of minerals. All right, somebody else is calling. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
Hello. Hello. How are you? All right.
Oh,
Yeah,
good. How are you?
I'm brilliant, mate. I'm brilliant. Just a few things. Mild, medium, and hot little subjects I've got for us.
Go on.
I've got the. Have you seen the Greg sausage roll coffee?
No.
Sorry, what?
Right.
The
Just type it
Greg's
in.
sausage
Type it
roll coffee.
in. Yeah, coffee.
So not just a Greg's coffee, but a Greg's sausage roll coffee. Am I in this right?
Coffin.
No.
Coffin.
I haven't seen a Greg's sausage roll coffin, but I'm now curious.
So just type it in. It's for sale.
Hang on. What's going on? What's going on, son?
Oh, there it is. It's trending.
Yeah.
Serious?
Yeah. Mad.
Right.
So,
Well, that's bang out of order, isn't it?
That's got to be a joke.
No. Have you seen
What about it?
the protesting outside the hotel in London?
No.
Hang on.
There's a
Hang
group of 30
Bells.
refugees being moved to Pimlico, London.
Pimlico,
and
where
they said
Pimlico
that they're,
plumbers are. Oh, this would be really upsetting for him.
Yeah. Well, they're
Come on, Marvin.
to the hotel on Friday, and they've camped outside, saying it's not good enough because they've got to sleep 4 to a room, and the Wi-Fi is not good enough. So they're protesting outside the hotel, and the police and the refugee people are all looking after them while they sort out a better hotel.
Don't say what you think.
And they're giving me 300 quid a month. So, I'm a bit pissed off at the moment. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you were born here. So then, to be honest, the way the system looks at you is like you're not worth the political benefit that they're worth. Put it this way, you know what's going on, so you're not going to vote for them.
You know, I've had 2 shots. I've run 2 businesses for 30 years. Right. The world went tits up. I lost my businesses. I'm a French polisher. I've got no job at the moment. I've got a nice house that I can't afford because they give me 300 quid a month to live on, and they're moaning about Wi-Fi in a fucking hotel in London. Happy days, innit?
Yeah. Did you get any Wi-Fi where you came from? Or did you get 3
Oh, yeah.
meals a day?
And
Did
they
you
said
get
it's too
those
crowded.
lovely?
It's too crowded. It's too crowded. You know, they got 500 on a boat coming over.
I so want
£5
to
grand
say,
a piece.
I just.
But there's 4 in a room, so they're too crowded. Yeah, it's on. You can actually. BBC have covered it.
Let's have a
they give it about 3 paragraphs.
Just go on, wind me up. Migrant protest. Australia attack. Pimlico. That's fucking trending as well. Oh.
I don't do Twitter or Facebook, so I don't know what's trending. All I do is just me researching.
Right, let's stay on. I'm going to read this out badly after all this.
Okay, no worries.
Since you've brought it to our attention, thank you. Right. Pimlico Hotel caves
Would
into
you look at it, Eric?
migrants end their street protest over unsafe 4 to a room policy after staff agree maximum of 2 will share. So what happens to the other 2? We fucking get rid of them. Right. The last week, around 20 asylum seekers protested outside of Pimlico Comfort Inn. Okay. The protest is said that they will have ended last night with rumors that the hotel gave in. Right. The Pimlico hotels get blah, blah, blah. It just says the same thing over and over again.
Excuse me, they protested rooms they were given for free.
Yeah.
Paid for by the taxpayer.
Yeah.
Well, they're told they're going to come here and the streets are paved with gold for them and they'll get everything they want. However, the protest ended last night after mass people returned to the hotel. Carlo Franchetti, or whatever the name is, the nice, pretty beautiful British name, the owner of the Italian restaurant, all right, that'll be why then, which is right next door to the hotel, believes that the hotel changed their plans and are now offering 2-person rooms. That really looks
unbelievable
like a place to be, doesn't it? That looks
the cheek of these cunts.
I'd like to just pack them straight off on a boat and drop them.
Yeah,
I'd like to fucking drop them into the worst third world country and say, "Fucking enjoy that, you cunt."
Yeah.
I'd like to drop them into.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't.
Los Angeles.
Yeah. Let them enjoy LA.
LA,
Yeah. Enjoy.
On there.
Yeah. Enjoy. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, 53-year-old said, "I think from what I've heard, they've changed from having 4 people to a 2-room. While the protest was ongoing, Franchetti said the group had stayed hydrated and fed while they were outside." Oh, my up, please, purple piss.
Oh,
he
thank
went
God for that.
round with water and food, and even offered charging spots in the restaurant to let them charge their phones.
Oh, bless.
You're part of the
We can get
problem,
some
mate.
more people over.
Yeah.
And then the serious one. I've got to leave you on this one because this is. I can't believe this is happening and people are just letting this happen. Right, you know the Dutch farmers.
Yep.
Well,
they're going to lose
got
all their
just
fucking land.
3,000. Yeah, they've just did it last week. They got a compulsory purchase order for 3,000 farmers. Now, in this contract that they've been given, they are not allowed to set up a farm within the EU again, ever.
And
in their
why?
contract.
Why do you think that is? I know what I think it is.
Yeah, because there's a tri. It's called a tri-city, right? If you look, the WEF and WHO are going to build a tri-city where the farms are in Holland.
Right, is that one of these new super mega cities of all the woke that will all be just be plugged into? Is it the metaverse?
Yeah. But they're going to build this massive one. So they're going to move. What they're doing is they're putting production. Like in Ireland this week, they've just proposed to cull 200,000 cows and 1 million sheep because of the net zero. Now, if you think of Ireland, you think of farms, and the EU have just told the Irish farmers.
Right. Let's think about this. Right. Why would you cull them? You'd use them for meat first.
Yeah.
Well,
right. If you're really woke, now just bear with me. I'm trying to be stupid here because I don't understand this bollocks. That not what you'll say, but the net zero fucking shit. But let me just try and work this one out, right? So these animals are allegedly farting away, causing too much gas, right? And they're eating stuff and reasons, right? So their immediate death forthwith needs to be done just to make Greta Thunberg happy, right? You can't make these animals live and die for nothing. They should serve some purpose, correct? So wouldn't you kill them, butcher them, freeze them, and use them for meat as and when you needed them, right?
Oh,
right.
Probably for the
So anyway, right? So they're going to kill them and burn them, right? Bear with this. Burn them, right? Which then their pollution then goes into the atmosphere, correct?
Yeah.
Contributing to our carbon footprint, right?
Yeah. It's
so
the thing is with what's going on, I figured it out.
Genius.
As though they're trying to help us, right?
Kill ourselves.
There's no logic. There's no logic.
Right.
If you look at it,
If
as
you've
though
got a load
they're
of food,
trying to make us nothing, absolutely nothing. You know, we're to the point where food is going to be that expensive, cows, that we're not going to be able to afford it.
well, you're not meant to be eating that
You've
anyway.
got to think of it like that.
What we're going to do is we're going to put you on homemade, just food that just isn't food, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
over the last
like,
14 years, you've seen what they've done to bread, right? Now, in the old days, I could
manufactured meat.
I could eat bread till it came out of my ears, did me no harm at all, loved it, right? There was all these other things that I could eat, my skin would be fine, no problem at all. Now, I eat stuff, my skin gets upset, my body doesn't like it. Why? Because they've changed the composite of everything that goes into it. What I'm eating now is something out of
Indeed.
rather than something from nature, right? Anyway.
Yeah, it's preservative.
Right.
Pure preservative.
What we need to do is kill meat or kill the producers of meat, because at the end of the day, if the population can get meat under their own, then that's one less thing that we can hold them to ransom by. This, we're all sat in this little metaverse, whatever, and I farted in the wrong direction with a political thought. Now they starve me for a while. They can't. I can't use my card anywhere. Anybody else around me who supplies me with food gets punished equally, just like over in China. You will. You will do exactly what.
Credit card score system. Yeah.
Right.
It's like I had a complaint about I've got a cockerel and some chickens, yeah, and I had a complaint from a neighbour that my cockerel was noisy. They sent it to the council. The council said, "Well, there's nothing they can do. I've got a cockerel."
It's noise abatement, but you can't do it for that.
Well, they can't do me. They can't do me for anything, mate. Believe me. I'm not saying I'm untouchable, but I just do not follow any practice that they put in front of me. So, but then 3 weeks later, they've just sent me a form I've got to fill out to say how many chickens I have. Do I have any other livestock? And I've got to fill this in before I get a fine.
Yeah, they want you to register all your animals so they can cull them.
Yeah, well, basically,
avian flu for the birds and reasons for the fucking. And what they'll do is they'll get rid of all the meat, and then all of a sudden we'll all be proper starving, right? And then we'll have to conform. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Right, I've got to get off this topic because I know what I want to say and I can't.
I know.
I just.
Well, I just thought I'd give you them three little subjects for tonight, mate, and I'll keep going down the little rabbit holes, and I'll just keep hoping that people like us can just get through to if we can get through to one more person that, you know, the life's not right at the moment. We're getting treated like fucking spiders, mate. We're nothing to them. We're nothing to them.
We're not, never were though. Listen, the only difference between now and before is that we now know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
ain't fucking wrong. You ain't fucking wrong, Ref.
It continues to be horrible. It does continue to be horrible, mate. Because
look at the Boer War. Look at the Boer War. Look at the Second World War. Look at the First World War. Look at the Falklands War. All that was rich wankers falling out with each other and using their own cannon fodder to fight their arguments with. All we've ever been is lowbred to them. We're expendable. And we're nothing more than something that they talk about. They have no connection with us at all. You're a rich man that died. I mean, I take you back, right? What really upset the people who died on the Titanic, the first class, is that they died within a radius of poor people dying. They couldn't get over it. It broke their heart.
Yeah.
That's a way of thinking that I can't get over. That'd be like saying that Cy died when his truck turned over and he died with the fucking, if there was any animals that were alive, if I was hauling animals, he died with the sheep and the cattle. My lot wouldn't give a fuck. He'd be like, poor fucking sheep, Rev be all right. But yeah, you know, it is what it is. But I mean, these people were absolutely fucking distraught that the poor people would be in the same breathing distance as, you know, the rich. Do you remember that clip in Titanic? Will the boats be seated according to class? That was fictional, but it was still fairly right.
Well, It was true to the bone, that mate. True to the bone.
I mean, Jacob Astor.
Anyway, right.
There
Well,
you go. But no worries.
guess
Anyway,
what?
look, thanks for calling in, buddy. All right.
I'll take care, mate. I really do enjoy having these chats, mate. All right, you take it easy.
And you, mate. Take it steady, all right?
Take care.
Nice one, mate.
Anybody who rings in, I really do appreciate it, by the way, because you actually make the show. Because I come on with a few things to say, and I think I hope you lot ring in, because I don't know, you while I'm sat here going, oh, is it going to be good and all the rest of it? And you lot come on and you then help take over, and it becomes about something more now. It's hard to explain, but yeah, I really appreciate it. So now, do you need your bed now? I saw some yawnage. What we doing? Are we all right? What we got there? We got a nice. Have you been sharpening your cutting withable?
Yeah, been sitting there making my knife sharp.
What is it they say? Hope for the best, plan for the worst. So,
You ain't wrong.
well, you know, it's what they said about fucking plan for war, isn't it?
No, fucking right. No, I'm one of them that's always been into knives, outdoors stuff, this, that, and the other. So I've always got a knife about me and fucking around with something, trying to make it sharp. But yeah, it's the weird thing in England. They think that knives are illegal and you can't do this, can't do that. I mean, the law's a funny thing, because if you're out camping and they find you with a knife, whatever size it is, there's not a lot they can do about it. Like, I have it for camping, so I'm out camping. Take me a call.
Chop it
See
down.
how far you get.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they can't do anything. You can carry any knife you want as long as you have a good reason for it. That's the law. It's like you can't just say I wanted to go down the road and go to WH Smith's and I had a knife on me.
Yeah, they might get a bit touchy about that one.
Yeah, they'll say you got no reason to that. So, but if they found me in a forest, whatever it is, and I had a knife on me, they couldn't do anything. Absolutely nothing they could do about it. So, it's what I tell the Americans that seem to misunderstand our rules and our laws. I say, no, I can carry a knife. But, you know, as long as I have an actual reason. I can't just walk down to Sainsbury's with one. But I can carry on. I'm going outdoors today. I'm doing a bushcraft demonstration, you know, showing some people how to use knives. Fuck all they can do about it.
No.
They'd be like, oh, okay, you have a reason.
I want to deal with knife crime, just go in the centre of London, or shops, or barber shops, or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think that now would be a good time to wrap it up, because nobody's calling in, and I need to go to bed because I've got to be good for daughter who's coming over tomorrow to cook, and I'll go shop kit to get time. So I'm going to say thank you everybody for watching. Cheers, Luke, for coming on. And
thanks for having me.
No
As
worries.
always.
And I'm going to
Appreciate
wrap it up, and I'll catch you in a bit. All right.